Well, hello. Welcome back, everyone. We have another live stream, and we have 3 more laptops that all have no power. So it's a no power Sunday all over again, but this time the theme is they all went to a repair shop already, or somebody's tried to fix it already. So it's time for some torturing. Yeah, decided to torture yourself today. Yeah, so these all 3 of these have been somewhere, but they all have no power. And so if we actually pull it up here, let's see if I can get the list pulled up properly. But basically we have a X17R2 that went to 3 different shops and they couldn't fix it. Each time the customer got it back, they had a different diagnosis. That's gonna be a good one, right? I was gonna say that one for a video because I think that'd be good, but then everyone gets to see this right now. The next one was the customer was trying to fix it themselves. They even tried to flash the EC chip or doing something on the M15R4. And the last one is somebody was doing something and shorted out something, then took it to U-Break I fixed and they couldn't fix it. Howdy. What equipment are we cooking with today? Equipment-wise, I bought another one of my power meter, the same voltage meter I had from last week, just as a backup because we know that works. The green drink of the day is going to be this Naked. I just picked it up from a convenience store on the way. So we have some sort of green drink, but that's all we got. Let's see what I don't even know what's in this thing. It says kiwi, mango, apples, banana. What else? Broccoli, garlic. What? Ginger root, kale, parsley, spinach, something else. Whatever this last word is, I have no idea. But that's a good mix, I guess. I didn't. I usually buy him from Whole Foods. I got that one from the 7-Eleven. So. We'll see how it goes. So, how was the movie? Okay, so the T1 movie, top notch. I gotta say. So, at the end on Wednesday's stream, we had a vote, guys. You guys voted whether I should watch The Shining, which I've never seen, or Terminator 1, which I've never seen. Now, I've seen Terminator 2 plenty of times as a kid, but never Terminator 1. So that night, I went home after the stream. I got home at like almost 11, and watched it till 1 a.m. Boom! It was good. It was good. I gotta say, I didn't know. I really liked the ending and how it wrapped it up and then brought back and said, oh, well, that's actually John Connor's dad and all that stuff. So I was very impressed. So thank you for that recommendation. I still need to watch The Shining now. I don't know if it's one of those situations where I should watch The Shining on my own, by myself. So let's see. How late were you to work on Thursday? Well, actually, I was on time. So I just don't sleep that well. And which I forgot to change the title there. That's good that you fixed that. Spoiler. No spoilers. No spoilers. Okay, so then, did everyone see the video from yesterday? Which one was T1 or T2 better? You know, I need to go back and watch T2 now because I watched it tons as a kid. But we watched it on like a Betamax to VHS, overdubbed with like lines going across and stuff like that. So, you know, this was like high tech back in the day. But The Shining is overrated. Ooh, interesting. How was the Blantons? So, I gotta say, that's some pretty good stuff. Old Dan, well, one of my subscribers or customers who came in, now he's a good friend of mine now. So he brought in a bottle of Blantons for me, and I got to take it home that night and watch it. I basically drank my Blantons, watched the T1, and replaced my power meter. Voltmeter. I just ordered the same multimeter, if you want to say that. I ordered the same one for right now because we know that works, and that's back and running. But on Wednesday it blew up on the stream, so that was nice and fun. But so Saturday video, I wanted to talk to you about this. So that is nuts. So if you haven't seen it yet, I don't want to tell you anything about it, but it's. It's pretty crazy. You have to watch it in order to really understand what happened. But I can just tell you, I just think of double bank shots and like playing pool. You know, it's like if you're trying to do a bank shot back around the table. That's exactly what I think about when I think about this repair. So anyway. Well, hello. So it looks like a lot of people already watched it. Plasma rocket. I was floored. I was speechless. Like I had to stop a couple times. I was like, I don't even know what I'm looking at. I don't even get it, you know. What in the pocket? Pinball wizard. Crazy ping pong. Hello from Fort Worth. All right. So anyway, so we have votes up right now. And yeah, we have them up on the screen. So To go over them again, they're all no power, so they all don't work. All of them have been worked on by somebody else, so hooray. One of them has been to 3 different shops, and all 3 shops returned the laptop back to him with different diagnoses. Okay? So that's pretty crazy. The second one, the owner tried to fix it himself. He tried different stuff. But he could get it to turn on with a benchtop power supply, which was pretty crazy. And so I don't know exactly what the deal is on that one. And then Ubreak I Fixed said it was unfixable, meaning I don't know what that means. But he had shorted, the customer had shorted something out on the board, and then Ubreak I Fixed couldn't fix it. I don't know. Hello, happy Sunday to everyone. Yeah, the one from yesterday was pretty cool. Pretty cool. I wonder what the explosion sounded like. I know from the one for the video yesterday. Now, he didn't put a note of it, there was an explosion sound. I had to call him on the phone, and then he kind of explained. Yeah, he's like, yeah, I heard a noise, and then it shut off. So I don't know. Oh yeah, we got the rabbit hole shirt on to go with what we got going on today. Even Terminator 3 and 4 is better than The Shining. Are you serious? Okay, is The Shining just long and drawn out or something? So. Let's see, everything is fixable, just how much time you need to put. Oh yeah, that reminds me, that's true. Chesty coming in with the Prime sub for 10 months. You're crazy, man. Happy anniversary. 44th wedding anniversary. Congratulations there, Chesty. I'm about to hit 20. Or I guess about the next year I'll hit 20. I was going to say something. Oh yeah, I just got through watching Zach's NanoFix. Did you guys watch NanoFix's channel? If you don't, go check it out. NanoFix, blah, blah, blah. So he just fixed a MacBook board by drilling all the way through all the board layers and having to he relieved the short that was internal in the board layers and then just sit there and just surgically soldered every single trace back together. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. So way above what my pay grade is. I can't do that shit. I cannot spend that much time doing that. So anyway, you got to check that out because that was crazy. And he was like, yeah, I don't even care if it works or not at the end. And I'm like, damn, what? So I don't know if we can put a link somewhere, but he just released it, I think yesterday or something. I just watched it this morning. So pretty nice. Okay, so we have our votes done. 80% of the people want to see the 3 shops couldn't fix it, 3 different diagnoses, 3 different shops. So 80%, that's pretty high. That's a pretty good number, and 50% on YouTube. So I guess most people want to see that. So Tech just did 3 months at resub. Thank you. Resub anniversary. Seeing a woman on the chat. There's one person? No, there's plenty of women in the chat. If you're a woman in the chat, give me a heart. Let's see it. Let's see how many women are there. I know we have women in the chat. They love seeing this dashing face. Mm-hmm. The Shining was on The Simpsons. The only scenes in The Shining I can think of, so I watched Ready Player One. I read the book, Ready Player One, and inside the book they do it differently because they're doing war games is the thing you go into. But in the movie they did The Shining. So that's one of the scenes that I've seen in The Shining, but I haven't seen the rest of it. And I mean, look at that. Circuit breaker? What? Circuit breaker, you're a woman? Yeah. I'm a lady boy. Come on, you guys. I'm a wedding. Just kidding. Come on, people. We got real ones in there. See? Look at that. Look at them hearts coming in hot. See? I told you there's women here. There's women here. NanoFix is good. Probably watching Sword. Now, NanoFix is, I don't know. I think he's one of the better people at explaining stuff, being articulate, because that's kind of the hardest part. And his streams are actually very entertaining too. So he does a live stream every week on Thursday. So you should check him out. It's one of those things. It's like there's a lot of YouTubers that are doing this now, and it's sometimes it's hard. Like live streams are hard to keep people engaged, right? So I have to talk. I have to be innovative. When I'm doing stuff, I try to talk with the chat still and speak, stay on top of everything. But oh, my phone. Oh, my S22 is end of life. That's why it's so slow. So. We were talking about this on the Wednesday stream. I have a Samsung S22, and it's slower and slower. The battery life is getting worse, and I feel like they are messing with me. And so I'm actually in the market shopping to replace it. I don't want to spend $1,000 because I hate spending $1,000 on a cell phone. It doesn't make sense to me. I always usually buy the year behind, and you used to be able to buy like Pixels for cheap, but Pixels are now expensive. It's crazy. So I don't know. Galaxy Note 9, you still have that? Wow. But I was looking at the Edge. So the Galaxy S25 Edge that y'all were talking about, that one's like really thin. And so the battery's smaller, and it has like thermal throttling issues because it's so thin, based on what I can read. And so I'd rather not be thinner. I'd rather be a little thicker or back to the same thickness. And so I'm actually just looking at the regular S25 or S26. And so we'll see. We'll see what I'm going to do. I just don't want the bigger phone. I used to want the big screens, but now that I'm getting old, I don't need such a big screen no more. I don't need to prove myself having a big old screen. I'm giving 820. 820 is similar to like buying last year's model because they assemble with old parts. When they make the A series, it's basically the flagship parts with the year or two behind technology, basically. You have an S25 Ultra prototype. The prototype. Yeah, $1,000 for a phone that cost them $50 is hard to justify. I mean, that's why these phones are like, I mean, they give these things away. So I'm going to see if I have a business line, so they always have promotions to give you phones and stuff. And I looked and I could trade in my phone. They'll give me $500 for my phone. I'm going to see if I can get more than $500 for my phone from them, and then we're talking. Otherwise, I'm going to keep my phone and use it because I have phones all around me. Right now, I have a phone here, a phone there, and a phone there. So I have 3 Samsung phones around me: an S10, an S22, and an S23, or S21, whatever that is. So they're all over me. They're surrounding me. Retro and get a Commodore 8820. Have you seen that? The new Commodore flip phone? They're like interneting, I guess, or deconnectifying you and making it's like the old jitterbug for the old people with the big buttons. No, pretty cool phone. I wouldn't mind like looking at one. If someone wants to send me one, I'll take a look at it. Come on, send it on over. It looks like we have Love It You Hype Train on Twitch, so thank you for participating in that. All the donations go to me, and it helps me out. It helps me go down these rabbit holes and make it a little bit worth it. Hello, folks. Okay, so we're about to get started. I was just going to kind of chat for a couple minutes here, but we have X17R2. 3 shops couldn't fix it, and they all said different diagnoses. That's what we're going to be getting going on. I have no idea if we're going to be able to fix it. It's just, I don't know. Last week, we worked on 3 laptops that were not fixable, and I blew up my voltmeter. It's getting worse. It's getting worse, I tell you. Mole just subscribed with their Prime sub. Thank you so much. Angry just resubbed for 3 months on Twitch. Thank you so much. It's weird because it says 3 months here and it says 2 months there. I don't know. I don't get it. But if you use your Twitch account, you can, or if you use your Amazon Prime account, you can subscribe to Twitch for free, and it just supports my channel, and it helps everything out. Please show us the new meter. The new meter is the same as the old meter, but it looks nice and shiny though. So. I basically just bought the same 161E. I just ordered it immediately right after the stream because I needed to have something by Friday to get going again. So this is the same one I had. It's nice and shiny though. It looks nice and clean. This thing is so much faster than that meter I was using last night or last whatever on Wednesday. Wait, hold on. I missed what you said. It just popped up twice. Cheer, cheer, cheer. But what was the other thing? Where'd it go? It's actually a safe to send a demo. I can't see what this is saying. Gear to your shop. You can send whatever you want to my shop. Yeah. You can send whatever you want. Is it actually safe? Send whatever you want. Yeah, and then I'll take a look at it. So the address is on my website. And people are always sending me something. All the time. But anyway, so 161E, I did look at the 171. I think it was overkill. 181 is overkill. All these things start having these high voltage AC, RMS, blah, 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 all this stuff that I don't need. So like me just kind of chit-chatting with different forums and trying to figure out exactly what do I need. This is I would love to have a higher count here. 22,000 is what I have. 60 is what I would rather have, but this thing works so well and it's fast compared to the other one. Now, I am looking at that Fluke. I'm looking at a Fluke, whatever was it, what was it? I can't remember. I still have it pulled up, I think. Yeah, I'm looking at this one here. It is wireless. The main thing, it seems a little weird. It's a Fluke 3000 FC, so it has a wireless multimeter, so I guess you can sync it with your phone. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I guess it has all the features. I mean, you can't, I was going to point at the screen. It's not like you can see it, but it has the features, I guess, that would need the wire. I don't know. And it's probably more precision, but how much more precision, right? For the amount of money, it's $383. So that's kind of where I'm at. It's like the one that I just bought was $160. So 160 bucks. I feel like I need to buy multiples of them though to just have a backup. But this one lasted me, the last time it lasted me a year and a half. and then it blew up on the stream. Now, there's a lot of people thinking that there was a bad ground, and there might have been a bad ground somehow that actually shorted right through it. You should have said it was used on the live stream, and then you get it for free. Oh, that's what I should have done. I should have had them send me a my computer costs $30. Yeah, you're right. I should have just contacted them and said, hey, we're going to be using it on the live stream. Maybe I should tell them to send me a second one, and then I can use it that way. I could return this one. Amazon, you can return anything. I got a brick. I'll put it in the box. I'll send it back. So on the other meter blew up, but it was like I do have these baterias. Let me see if I can show you. So on this right here, I have a wire that goes in. I have dummy batteries. Now this dummy battery was actually plugged into my USB hub, which is tied to my computer. So that has some sort of ground, right? That's a common ground everywhere. And so that may be the reason why the ground, it had some sort of bad ground and did something. So now I have this plugged in directly into just a wall wart that's a separate USB, charging, cell phone charger basically. So it's separate, it's completely isolated, and then the USB connection to the computer is already isolated because it's optical. So this is an optical sensor that connects to the PC, and so Bob's your uncle, all right? And now that I messed with it, hopefully it will reconnect to the computer. Sometimes it doesn't want to work. Yeah, see, the meter's frozen. It's frozen. Why'd you make me mess with it? Is it going to work? There we go. We're good. Okay. All right. Don't send back a brick. So I've had bricks sent to me, just to let you know. I sell stuff, right? If you sell it on eBay or Amazon or whatever, like it's literally everything is geared towards the customer, and customer, I don't know, making them feel safe to buy or whatever. And so the customer can literally say whatever they want and do whatever they want, and they'll always get their money back. And if you fight them at all, then you get a bad seller rating. So I've had so much stuff purchased, they switch out the thing, send it back, or I have serial numbers. I serial number every single thing that's sold, and they'll switch out the part, and then I'd be like, no, this is a serial number, we're scanning it. No, blah, blah, blah. So it's just a stupid thing that makes me pissed. But it is the way it is. That's just the cost of doing business. Make sure the Snapdragon processor under the hood. Okay, so I'll make sure the newer phone has a Snapdragon. It's snappier, probably. All right, Nate, meter looks good. Get a Klein. Okay, I have a Klein meter at home for like it has an amp clamp and all that stuff for doing all my electrical work, because I'm an electrician too. Just kidding. I mean, I do whatever. Okay, are we ready to start? Are we done yapping? Get to work, monkey. Start hopping. Start hopping. So you guys really love to just tell me to get to work. Get to work. Let me grab this laptop. So the one we're starting with is the X17. I don't know what we're going to get ourselves into, but we will see. Let me make sure there's no personal information on here. I can't see what that says. I don't think it says anything. It's just all blurry to me. My eyes have gotten so bad. It does have someone's name on it. Sure does. Sure does. It's tiny enough that I couldn't even see it. So we will put some sticky notes over this. Okay. Personal name covered up. Let's check anywhere else. Okay, we are clear. We are clear. Okay, let me give you the note, and you guys can just get ready, because I think we're in trouble. I think we chose poorly. Whoever chose this one first, no thank you. No thank you. Oh, what's the second one going to be? I didn't even pay attention to that. After this, close poll. I'm closing it right now, but what's the second one going to be? Looks like the M15R4 owner repair. So M15R4 is going to be the second one, because on Twitch, it's second place. Oh no, I don't know. They're tied, so we're gonna have to figure it out later, because it's all, I don't know. Who knows? Minneapolis is representing in the house. Thank you, thank you. Okay, here we go. Let's read this note, and then we'll do our intro. You guys get on that. Get on those words. Them words are good. The computer won't start up after. Won't even start up after power up or with charger. I've taken it to 3 different repair places. Almost each place came back with different issues. One said charging port, another said GPU overclock, and the latest said motherboard crack. Okay, guys. Woo! Oh, this is going to be a good one. This is going to be a good one. Okay, so we better get some green juice in us to get going on this one, because so which one do you guys vote for? Which one do you think it is? Okay, so charging port, that repair shop knows nothing. Next, GPU overclock, the machine doesn't come on. What are you talking about? Motherboard crack? You're on crack. What are you talking about, repair shop? I gotta know this. I wish we could talk to each one of these repair shops. I mean, it'd be easier just to say bad chipset. If you're just gonna say, if you just want to say something is bad chipset, that's the easiest thing, you know. Oh, I don't know about this stuff. It tastes weird. It's like a bunch of. It's like they just put everything in there. Let's just put everything in this green juice. It won't work after a chipset flash. All right, sorry, I'm getting all my hydrations going. Coffee now. Good morning from Michigan. Hello, top of the morning to you. All right, Radio Shack. Oh, I love Radio Shack. Radio Shack has transparent wireless mice for $20. Radio Shack is still around? What? Are you kidding me? I didn't even know they had a website still. Anyone with a Dell needs to send it to this guy first. I know, and if I can look at it first, usually I can fix it, but I mean, sometimes the thing's just not repairable. All right, let's do this. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right, new date, another laptop that needs to be saved, and this time we have an Alienware X17R2. Now, this is going to be a fun one because it was sent to 3 different repair shops because it wouldn't power on, and all 3 repair shops said something else was different, or each person said something was different. So each shop said something different was wrong with it. So I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. Whew, I don't even know. How was I going to word that one? Each shop said something was different. Wait, each shop diagnosed it with a different problem. There you go. Each shop diagnosed it with a different problem. There you go. I don't know. Whatever. Oh, I wish I would have nailed that one because that would have been a good. That's like, I really wanted to save this one for a video. I really did. So put this down to a video. We will see. Who knows? Who knows? Okay. And that way our mods can actually take it off the screen if we're not using it, because sometimes, you know, it's better to have kind of a full screen there. So spike on, go. All right. So what I want to do first is we're going to plug it in to see how much current it pulls. Plug it in 0.01. It's kind of resting there. It's not doing anything. It should be sitting more at 0.02, but I'm not totally mad yet. We're going to open the screen. It's not responding to anything. Let's press the power button. And it jumped up to 0.03. Oh, that's one of the worst. That's one of the worst. If I've ever had to see that, no fan. No fan. Are we buffering? Are people saying we're buffering? I'm still good over here. Hey, we didn't lose anybody, did we? Twitch stayed on. I don't know. That was a YouTube thing because I didn't have any drop frames, and so you definitely was some sort of. Oh yeah, you can see my count here says 750 people watching, but on the screen went down to like 500 or 400 and something. So yeah, YouTube dropped out for a second. Interesting. Okay, you froze for a second. Quick, freeze. All right, so all I did, you didn't miss anything because I didn't really do anything, but basically I opened the lid and I pressed the power button. But we'll start over. We'll start over from scratch here, okay? All right, so I'm gonna open the lid. We're gonna plug in the power. So 0.01, I want to press the power button. And we see it go up to 0.03. Now going from 0.01 to 0.03 is very, very bad. I don't like this at all. This is one of the worst types of scenarios because the board is paying attention to the power button, but it's not starting the board. It's very bad, very bad. 10 just used their Prime Twitch sub. Thank you so much for that. But now refresh the browser and you can get in sync probably. Okay, so when we have an issue like this, there's really nothing I can do. We're gonna have to open up and take a look inside. Looking good, Billy Ray. Feeling good, Lewis. Thank you for that. What am I looking for? A screwdriver. Let me get a tray. All right, so we're going to pull this bottom off. So when we have a board that's not sitting at the resting current, which is 0.02, instead of it's sitting at 0.01, then we press it, it goes up to 0.03. The board's not really coming on. Y'all having choppiness now too? Are we having some sort of issue? Redneck just became a Save Another Laptop member. Thank you for that. That's awesome. Thank you for that support. Appreciate that. Wolf just used a Prime Switch sub on Twitch. Thank you for that. So some people are having issues on YouTube and some people aren't. Do we think it's the EC chip? That is a question. There's a common EC chip issue on this one, but the power button would not respond if that was the case. So we're going to open the bottom, and the bottom is off. Let's take a quick look around. So we have the main battery. It is OEM. You can tell it has the Alienware logo. We have a serial number here. Now, yeah, this has been messed with. So there should be a cover over this silver foil, and it like gets foil everywhere. Great, just used their Prime Twitch sub. Thank you for that. For 2 months, appreciate it. YouTube glitch, remind me to use my Twitch Prime. Thank you. That is super useful. Now, it does have an NVMe populated in here, I think. Is that what it is? Yeah, so there is an SSD here. This one has 4 fans. Both of these blow into the center, which I love. It blows across the center, cools the RAM, cools the hard drives, okay? That's what I love about this machine. So if I was gonna pick one of these types of machines that are still kind of sleek, they have good cooling because they have more fans, this is the machine. It has a lot of VRMs on it. There's quirky issues that happen, but usually it's not catastrophic failures. You're not having chipsets fail and things like that. Although what we're seeing right now is kind of a chipset fail. I don't know. But let me go ahead and take this rear cover off, and then we can kind of hunt around and see what voltages we're getting. Would you like a powered screwdriver? Well, you know, I would take one. I just don't want to pay the $100 and whatever for the other power screwdriver. I have one somewhere. Let's see. The one I have is in one of these drawers, and I don't use it because it seems to be slower than anything. So here's my powered screwdriver I have, and it's not charged up, of course, but you press the button and it goes, press the button, and then that's it. And I'm like, I could turn it faster than that. So Vert just used a Prime sub for 4 months. Thank you so much for that. Let me plug this in and charge it up, though. We can see. Spam the button. But yeah, there's supposed to be that one that's $100, $120. That's supposed to be pretty good, and it's a directional one. So you hold the button, you turn it one direction, it starts going. Seems like that might be a good one. I just don't want to spend the money. I'm cheap. You voted for the zip drive. Was there a zip drive vote? I missed that vote. All right, I'm just taking this rear cover off so that way we can get to all the different places to measure. Now, when we have a situation where we have 3 different shops, I don't know what they did, you know, because you got to think about this. Did all 3 shops disassemble the machine? How many of those 3 shops do you think actually took the machine apart? I can tell that's been taken apart. So, yeah, think about it. So we have, this is the stickies off here, this cover's off here. You know, do we have a ripped component? Are the screws marred up? I'm just trying to look to see, did they even take it apart? Because some of them are just like, I don't know, it won't turn on. You know, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, what are they doing, really? Are they really probing it properly? Are they doing proper alien probing? Or are they just saying, I guarantee they don't have a voltmeter that they're powering on the machine with. Battery plugged in. Battery's unplugged. Let's see if it charges the battery. Actually, we didn't check that. So I'm going to plug the battery back in, and then I'm going to take a charged battery and put it on there, because we might just have a bad power management chip of some sort. That'd be nice. Oh! Ooh! Did you guys see that? Replay. Replay. What the? Anybody? Did y'all see that? You missed it. All I did was plugged in the battery and then plug this in, and I saw fire out of here. I saw it out of the corner of my eye. I didn't get to see it. So hold on. Let's see if we can pull up the stream again, because I got to play that back. I got to see what the heck double hockey sticks I can find here. Give me a second. What the what? Live. I don't even know what I'm thinking about here. I don't even know what. Hold on. Let's get rid of echoes. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go back just a little bit. Okay. So here we go. Close that. All right. So I'm going to. That'd be nice. Okay, right here. Okay, right here. You saw it fly out the back of it. It flew out the back. I need to write a textbook. Properly alien probing. Okay, so pay attention. Right here at the back. That'd be nice. Oh! Right here, out the back. All right, so what are these people doing to this machine? What did they do? If it wasn't broken, it's really broken now. Did everyone catch that? So I didn't do anything except just add the battery in the play, but okay. Now spike meter went up to 8 amps also. So you can see that it's at 8. So we had 8 amp spike. Oh man, I'm really mad, but there must be other blown up stuff there. I don't know. So we're gonna pull the board out. There's no more looking on this side of the board. No more looking at this side of the board. About to take off from the bench, from the workbench, that's right. And the next board is, so, okay, I'm going to tell you right now. So that's why my whole, because I think I was in the middle of talking about, like, did they even take the thing apart? The reason why I'm asking that is because this machine, yes, Doe, is notorious. This is the one that's notorious for leaking liquid metal, like dumping everywhere. Like, just like they put it on so much. So much. It will be easy to find the failure point now. All right, but let me get this pulled up. Oh, gross. They did not take this apart. There's no way. Look at this. There's no way. Unless they're like, well, it's broken, so we might as well not take this big clump of fur out of here. Look at this. I just picked this thing up. And this is still stuck here. This has to be taken off to take the motherboard out. Yeah, there's no way that this board was taken out. So how much did each one of those places charge? Interesting. I gotta see this. Serenity now. Oh, I can smell it now. Everyone light their candle. Oh. Feels bad, man. Plus 50 bucks. That's a fire hazard now. Well, I hope it's okay. I hope it's okay. We can take this tough and we can make it some fire starter out of it if we're stuck in the forest. Some tinder. It's a blown cap. I hope it's just a blown cap, but I think it's more of a liquid metal situation. I think. Gooch and smoking transistor candles. That would be the flavor. All right, again, this one has to be taken off to take the board out. And maybe this one was undone. But look at this. This is another huge pile. Look at that. Oh, the battery is disconnected. I'll flick it for you. Remove the battery connection. I know you guys are like, what is he doing? He's absolutely insane. He's leaving the battery connected. Okay, so what's going on now? Has this been taken off? What is on my hands? Don't touch it. Ugh. Well, here's what the issue is. Like, I don't mind touching it with my hands, but then I always end up like touching my face later. I'm like, so if you catch me touching my face, yell at me, because I need to go wash my hands after this, all right? I really don't mind getting it on my hands. I can handle that. Must have a cat or a dog. I don't know if we can go into investigation land and say, what kind of pet does this person have? Ah, I see it's a ferret. This is ferret fur, I declare. Wouldn't the fans be cleaned? Well, I don't know. I mean, sometimes it's like the final process is actually cleaning stuff. So, but I would, I'm taking it apart right now and pulling this tuft out because that's what seems obvious. LLM is no bueno. Leaking liquid metal is the worst in existence. thing that they've ever created. I'm so tired of it. Tired. Fee, fi, fo, fum. And I was actually pretty optimistic about liquid metal after a while, because this is the model that they were releasing liquid metal on and putting so much on, it was like dumping everywhere. And then it's like the later models, they were putting a lot less. But guess what? Those models are now starting to leak because it's just over time. PPE time, I know. I have gloves. I just hate working with gloves. It's just, I just don't have the touch. I just can't feel what I'm touching. If you know what I mean? I gotta have, I'm less sensitive. Oh gosh. Nate, what are you talking about? Factory warranty. Your factory warranty is about to expire. Liquid metal is a job security, I guess, but I don't know. I'd rather be fixing stuff than to be cleaning stuff. I was just complaining about how much cleaning I do in this job. It's like, when did I become a cleaner? It's weird. It's like I work at a detailing shop or something. Laptopdetailing.com. Got to get some of those gloves. Yeah, got to get the love gloves. Yeah, I don't like gloves. I have some right there. I can grab them. It will take 2 seconds to grab them, but I recommend you can speed up. Yes, we'll go faster. We'll go faster. Okay, and the motherboard is out. God, it smells so bad. I took it to 3 shops, and they could not diagnose the issue. One thought it was a DC jack, which is this. One thought it was a GPU being overclocked, and another one thought it was a crack in the motherboard. But none of them took the motherboard out to see that there was liquid damage. Are you freaking kidding me? What are you talking about? You took it to 3 shops. What are you talking about? Why? How could 3 shops not even pull the motherboard? You're freaking kidding me. It's so absurd. It's absurd. Like I don't know. I mean, I could see there's a little bit of, well, I've diagnosed it. I'm very good at diagnosing. I mean, the liquid had to have come through the top right here. You can maybe make out something. It's like, I just touched my face. No! Oh, my hands, the humanity. Okay, let me get this out of the way. Freaking kidding. I'm just so mad. Why can you be so mad? Boy, why are you so mad? Well, I'm mad because a person paid 3 diagnostic fees. Now, I get it. Like, if they just went over there and like plugged it in and just hit the power button, I don't know, sir. I can't tell what's going on, but I could tell that you probably have an overclocked GPU, and that's why it's not powering on. That'd be $35, please. Or $85 or $100. I don't know how much people charge for, I need to sanitize my hands. What do people charge for diagnostic fees? We're up to like 79 bucks, but that includes return shipping. So we're really at $50. I think I'm charging too little. I ain't getting rich off of it. Bench fee? Maybe I should charge bench fees like that. All right, I'm gonna take this off. You guys ready for this? You guys ready? Here, let me take that off the screen. We don't need that. Chris just donated. Oh yeah, I missed some donations. I'm sorry. I was like distracted. Let me go back here. I'm so sorry about it. Chris, did you ever get a new meter? Joined a bit late. Chris, yes. So that night, on Wednesday night, I did go home and watch Terminator 1, and I ordered the same meter I had because I know that works, and I'm on the hunt for a fancier meter. But thank you for that $2 donation. I appreciate that, Chris. Sorry about that. Todd, can you use a sizable burned area by a heat sink in the center? Yeah, I can see it. I can smell it. I do declare, I smell it. I can see it. Wow. So this is the liquid damage area I think that we're dealing with. It almost looks like ocean corrosion, like seawater. Earl, thanks for the Prime Twitch sub. Okay, I'm gonna take a deep breath. I need to say serenity now because I'm kind of irritated. How much has this guy spent on bad diagnoses? You know what I mean? It's a Marine laptop. Maybe it is. Where's it from? Let me see where it's from. There we go. Let's see. What can you see here? It is from East Brunswick, New Jersey. Does that have water? Ocean water? Yeah, it's messed up. The exhaust fan on? Oh, I don't have my exhaust fan on. Yeah, it should, right? It should turn this thing on. It will make a bunch of noise, though. I don't like noise canceling. If I put on noise canceling, it doesn't sound authentic. You know, you want it to sound pure, authentic, and real. I don't want to take away from the full effect of what I am experiencing. Diagnostics is not a fix. Okay, so I think, do we have all the screws out of here? Wait, one more. Hydrate and take a deep breath. Okay. They did not even take the motherboard out. Bruh. Did not even take the motherboard out. We want a repair shop ASMR. All right, so East Brunswick is not far from the water. So this could be a marina laptop. Maybe they put this on their sailboat. Here, I gotta wipe my nose. I feel like I have a runny nose coming. Exhaust fan outdoors. No, I have a one of these fancy, whatever they're called, Weller boxes that have these huge carbon filters, and so it goes under my desk. I'd be inclined to let the client know that he's been scammed about 3 times. That's right. We should call him right now and let him know. They're like, hey, bruh. Let me. It's me and the Brain Trust. We're here. We're giving you a call. We're having an intervention here. All right, here we go. Maybe he's here. If this is your laptop, let yourself be known. He may be here. Okay, here we go. Are you guys ready for this? I'm going to move this over, get it all nice and centered. Okay. It might be liquid metal damage. I think it's liquid damage. Oh, Nelly. We have a combo. Liquid metal damage. Yes! I do declare liquid metal damage. Liquid metal into his house. Look at this freaking liquid metal catastrophe. I'm telling you, this model was plagued with so much liquid metal. So if you own an X17 R1, R2, or an X15 R1, R2, you need to de-liquid metal it immediately, because this is the one that leaks a lot. Look at that. I mean, this is cray, but this is cray. This is liquid damage that actually caused all this, and it's on the integrated graphics, even worse. This might have been fixable prior to us plugging it in the second time, but it may have already been blown up and just blew up again. I don't know. Now you know that you gotta spit on it. Spit out the back. Now I know why we got the spit out the back. Look at that. And it's almost like the video from yesterday, except we didn't get a molten ball shooting onto my lap. That'd be crazy if I actually have a burn hole in my shirt or something. Oh, I got a burn hole in my shirt. No, just kidding. Okay, Area 51 safe. Well, the new Area 51s have liquid metal on it too. They're not quite as bad, but it will have issues in the future anyway. So regardless. All right, so let's investigate this. I'm going to take this little cover off. I'm not happy. Probably don't have a fixable machine. So I guess it's good that we did it in the stream instead of the a video, but here we go. So here's our damage. You can see our capacitor, it blew up. And so this blew up and shot out the back. Zing. Shot out these area right here. I guess it just went through this. He shoots, he scores. It's like a goal right there. Here we're going to reboot my microscope camera because it's a little slow. This will make it a little faster. All right, there you go, much better. And so it looks like we have an explosion here too. So that exploded, that exploded. This is an inductor, is that right? No, this is no, I think it's an inductor. This is the integrated graphic. No, oh no. No, this is the integrated graphics, see, PUG. This is the auxiliary power to the CPU that basically powers all the little internal circuitry and stuff. So if this thing ended up getting a surge of voltage through here, then the CPU shot, And usually the CPU is shot if we get it through here. If it goes through one of these, you're okay usually. So let's just hope that we just have a capacitor that blew. All right, so I'm going to start by just cleaning off this liquid metal. I think the liquid metal was not the cause, though. Can you clean it? I will clean it. I will get right on it. We will get super clean it. So I'm going to clean the liquid metal first, though. So we're going to pick up whatever we can. And I'll start out with this stuff here. So what I like to do is I don't have any of the flux that I normally use or the Black Horse liquid metal remover, but if you put a little bit of flux, I'm using the NF white. It's great stuff to use. So NF white flux, if you put it on a Q-tip, then it's really good at picking up liquid metal. See how it sticks to it? Big blobs. And the only thing you can actually syringe up is the big liquid metal blobs. If it has the heatsink compound in it, it doesn't work. Ultrasonic cleaner is dangerous to use on this. You would only want to do it at the very last second. So you just want to make sure that you have all of it gone, and then if there's any remnants, then you'll use it, but you don't want anything to be pushed around too much or dropped into some other areas. Freezing it, you want us to try freezing it and see what it does? I'll show you what it does. It thaws out pretty fast is the problem, so we'll freeze it right now. Here we go. Freeze, right? So I'm going to get it nice and icy. Okay, it's icy. Now we can pick this piece up, right? We're picking it up, and I can throw it in the trash. But still, you have like all these areas right here. Yeah, that was able to pick that piece up. Let's see about this piece. You got to go fast, you know. And all of it's stuck to the CPU itself. It's so frozen. Yeah, we're going to pull this guard off. I'm not going to keep it on here. Look at all that ice. Ice man. I'm the ice man. What if I pull this off now that's frozen? Let's see if that does what that does. Ooh, I don't know. I like this, actually. Freezing it and then taking this guard off was actually a pretty good thing. I'm just throwing that away. You do not want to keep the guard on there because a lot of times it leaks underneath it, if you've seen in my other videos. This is still ice right here. Oh, that's a big ball of liquid metal. Get it, quick. Get it. Get it. Woo! Look at that. Are you guys buffering again? What's going on with that? Come on, YouTube. What am I paying you for? Froze, then go. I'm going to try picking up some more of this stuff here. NF white, the best flux for picking up stuff. There we go. Got to be good at something. So this just makes the Q-tip sticky. Uh-oh. What is it doing? Nothing to see here. It's fine. No buffering. Okay. Like I'm telling you, why do I clean so much? Why am I such a cleaner? All right, I'm going to dump this over the trash can. All right, I think we got it. We got it. That actually worked pretty darn good. So I may add that to my repertoire. Like I do some freezing sometimes, but that actually made it so much easier to kind of finalize it pretty quick. So freezing it, doing a heavy freeze, peeling off the guard. And I still took some layers off first. And then kind of just dumped it over a trash can and scrubbed it like that. It all fell off. And then I can just wipe it down now. I don't know. You're a window cleaner. That's from IT Crowd, right? I'm not a window cleaner. IT Crowd's the best, guys. If you haven't seen it, you have to go watch it. I'm not a window cleaner. I'm not. Oh my gosh. Uh-oh, what's this? Mr. Freeze. Okay, so we have that cleaned up, so now what are we gonna do? And, well, I guess we can make sure we don't have any liquid metal on the board itself. So you guys shout and yell. Is that some right here? What's this? Is that a little piece? Okay, got it. Nothing to see here. A little piece there. Got it. A little piece here. So there are little pieces around. Is this still that free spray? Yeah, I guess it is. We'll have to clean that up good. See how tiny the drops are, though? Very hard to see. Looks like a little nugget. IT Crowd. It was so funny. I'm telling you, if I watched IT Crowd, like if I was trying to watch it with like headphones and try to be quiet, I couldn't. It was just like I would just crack up. And then I think they took it off of Netflix, and I don't know where it is now, so I'm going to try to find it. Because I want to go back and watch it. I'm not a window cleaner. I can't do his accent, because it has that Irish accent. Okay, I think we're good. Good. Okay, y'all ready for this? Y'all ready for this? Oh my gosh. Okay, so let's figure out if this one, if that part needs to be replaced. What about these two parts here? Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm going to take some screenshots just so we have something to reference. So I'm going to start out with this one. So I'm just going to save screenshots, and then we can go back and look at them. So we'll go over here. Let's do this part right here. Looks good to me. Everything looks great. Looks great. Another one. And then we're going to come over here to this one. So the idea is, like, when we clean it, we want to know what we need to address and what needs to be replaced. And if you just go willy-nilly cleaning, the willy-nilly cleaning method, you're going to have an issue. Check the DM in Discord. Uh-oh. Am I in trouble? Am I going to be in timeout? Do. I don't have any DMs in Discord. Oh, is it Simper? Liquid metal. So he's saying somewhere around here? Maybe? Simper, is this what you're talking about? These are just pads, but we do have a chunk of that there. I think we're okay. This is weird. This, I think, might be liquid metal right there. What do you think about that? Looks like carbon all over the parts. All right, so I got our pictures, and so I think we're just going to start cleaning some stuff up. IT Crowd is on Tubi TV. Oh, is Tubi one of those ones that are free stuff, or do you have to pay for that? Go straight to jail. I want to call the repair shop. I want to call the guy and get the numbers of the repair shops, and then call each repair shop and be like, ticket number blah blah blah. What was your diagnosis on this again? Like, how did you miss this? You know? Who's got shorts? I got shorts. All right, actually, I'm going to start up here. We're going to toothbrush this area. I want to see if this guy's okay and these guys are okay. Let's do that. We'll start there. We're going to start in small sections. Scrub-a-dub-dub. Scrub-a-dub-dub. Definitely liquid damage was the cause, but there was liquid metal that was about to make things worse, but nothing happened. Tubi is free. Okay, well, then I guess I'm going to Tubi. I mean, I guess you have to watch the commercials, but I don't mind. It reminds me of my childhood watching commercials, so not a big deal. All right, does that guy look okay? Let's see what he's measuring. So we're going to go through systematically and just make sure that each component's good before we move on. And that's how we have to do it. Best quote I've ever tried is turning. Did you turn it off and on again? Did you turn it off and on again? Okay, we got 10K. So that seems to be in spec. Is the CPU sealed around the edges? Is not sealed around the edges. Absolutely not. But it did have that dam all the way out, so we can look around there in a second. There's another chunk of liquid metal, though. Boop. Okay, so this area looked fine. So now we're going to move down to, shall we lift this guard up too? Okay, all right, it's good. All right, let's clean this area right next to it. Meter on. Oh, right. I forget about that, the meter on trick. So did y'all want me to measure that again so you can see? So I measured this just to making sure that this is not an open, and it measured at 10K, and now it's measuring at 3K. Oh yeah, there's our 10K. I don't know what the measurement's supposed to be, but 10K sounds good to me. No soup for you. Okay, so now I'm going to end here. We're not starting there. Does Dell use their own liquid metal on their own designs of Alienware? So it's called Element 31 is who makes this. The 31st element on the periodic table is gallium, and the stuff is called Element 31 that Dell uses. And this was the first model of laptop they put it on, and so they went a little happy. They went a little crazy with it. They're like, oh yeah, we're gonna make this thing stay nice and cool with all this liquid metal such. And then they put too much on. So then they started having all these issues. So then they started putting less on it, which is better, but it still leaks eventually. All right, so that looks okay. All right, I think we're just gonna have this area right here that's gonna have a crazy issue. More cleaning required. Oh yeah, I know. We're gonna get this thing cleaned up. All right. Do you guys think this is gonna be repairable? No, sir. No, sir. I don't think so. But if I do fix this, this will be a nice win, because I need a win, and we lost a component. We lost a component. I was trying to be gentle. I was trying to be bellissimo. Okay, what's this? I think here's your problem. Looks like it has a cavity. I think someone lost the filling, but they've been eating too many Skittles. What do you think of that? God, it looks like it has a cavity in it, bro. That looks like it has a freaking cavity. Oh, Ali, thank you for that. Oh, Seeker is something that conducts heat, not electricity. That's true. It uses liquid metal. Oh yeah, you should just use some like copper shims or something, right? Okay, I almost want to collect this stuff and send it over to, maybe we should give a little bit into different bags, specimen bags, and we'll send it to all the repair shops that worked on this. As here, I'm going to put over here with this fuzz, and then be like, okay, here you go. And it's like a little ransom note that says you should have worked on this laptop properly. All right, so this one was this guy. Is this short gone? No, this one's cracked too next to it. So we'll have to replace that. Replace this one. Is that it? Is that all we need? No. That's it? All right, look, I'm taking those off. Dude. Oh yeah, we need to send the North Ridge fix now. North Ridge fix. Yeah, I had one of these exact models that were sent to North Ridge fix first, and then it worked when they got it back. Well, they sent it there because they suspected that there was liquid damage. They sent it there. North Ridge fix said there's no liquid damage and sent it back, and it worked for a little while, then died, and then I got it, and then I opened it up, and it had liquid damage all in this area. And so they didn't clean it. What camera do you use on your AmScope? The picture quality is pretty great. I want to upgrade my lab. So the one I use is this one. I have it linked in the video description. It looks like this. I'm thinking about upgrading it myself, but this does use the 687 IMX 678 IMX 678, I think. So you just want to have that sensor at least. You don't want the 331, which is the older one. But this only does 4K 30. So I'm doing everything in 4K 30 frames per second. I could do 1080p 60, but it's like I'd rather have the sharper image than the higher frame rate personally. But anyway, so this is the camera. I put a link in the video description for it. It's, you know, it's on AliExpress is the only place I can buy that. Otherwise, you can't get it local. And the brand I think is, I can't remember what the brand is. I don't remember. I do not remember. What did you just say? Prep the donor board before removing the parts. Okay, let's go grab a donor board. Let's go figure out what it looks like on a donor board. 6.7, 6.7. Oh, did I say that multiple times? That's funny. Get out! You guys and your Seinfeld references. All right, this is an R2, right? So the R2 has the chipset built on it. The R1 does not. So the difference between a X17R1 and R2, you see the little chipset? They added the chipset onto the CPU area, and then they made it DDR5. So the R1 is only DDR4, and then it has a separate chipset that's down here. If you wanted to know that information. If not, then just delete it. Just send it right back out of your brain. Sometimes you need that, sometimes you don't. Yeah, the Ryzen cam, that's what it is. So it's a Ryzen cam IMX678. Now there's tons of these cameras out there that are using 678 sensors. The Ryzen cam, these cameras aren't very much. They're like $180 or something like that. But I've seen some that are like $500, $600, $700 for the same one with the same, with the same sensor. But I mean, see, I have plenty of lagging, so I don't know exactly. I have all sorts of like USB throttling issues though, because I'm running 3 cameras at the same time. All right, so focus, Nate, focus. All right, so here's our areola. This is the same board. Yep. All right. I do declare we found the board. That's the same board. Full score. And, oh, it was an inductor that blew up. Inductor, capacitor. So capacitor blew, inductor blow. That is a good thing, actually. So if we have something that goes short here, supplying power from the main power rail, this is main power rail here. Main power rail, 20 volts coming through here, goes through this inductor, energizes this path here that has some big power capacitors, but we have some ceramic capacitors for filtering. Those go into this MOSFET to power the auxiliary power for the CPU. This capacitor is short, this go boom, boom, this go boom, boom, and yes, 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 yes. So I think that we hopefully are safe, but let's measure. We haven't measured anything in this area. So the sensor is a 1 and 1/8. Yeah, 1 and 1.8 sensor. So the sensor is still fairly small, but you get what you get and you don't get upset. And I'm running this through HDMI. So I have HDMI out into a USB capture card, the Elgato Camlink 4K, which I hate. I'm running 3 of those. So I have one for this camera, one for my overhead camera, one for that one. And then I did buy a 4-banger card, but then that one doesn't support the resolution I want to run at. So continuity. Okay, the main power rail is not shorted. So this inductor has went short, and so the other side is shorted. So we have a short here. And then do we have a short? Yes! Yes! 71 ohms, guys. Are you guys excited? 71 ohms on here is awesome for our auxiliary line. So I think we're good. G1966 just upgraded their membership from cool members to the Donabald member club. Thank you for that. Awesome. Good upgrade. That's an excellent upgrade. I love what we see here. So the reason why I'm so happy is we have the main power rail. We have it shorted on the other side, but we did have the shorted capacitor. I think this one's shorted, that one's shorted, so we'll replace both of those. That should relieve the short here. Well, what I was concerned with is if we had a path through this into our aux power to our CPU, it would have blowed up the CPU, and then the CPU would be dishes are done, man. So since that looks good and we don't have a short on the main power rail, we should be able to just replace that, replace those 2 things, finish cleaning this up nicely, and Bobby is your uncle. I'm hoping. That shouldn't sound so confident, though. All right, I'm going to remove these things. You only have an optical scope. I have one of those at home, and then I ended up putting like a camera like underneath it, kind of pointing down, and I did that for a while for the first couple videos. The board looks shredded. CPR worked. 450, 60% air. Got that guy off of there. Get off of there. And we're hoping that this will relieve the short. These are little pads on the bottom. There we go. Nice. Nice. Okay, we're going to take this inductor off too. The inductor will actually measure as a wire anyway. Well, I guess we'll replace him because he just flew away. I wonder if those tantalums went short. We will see in a second. Get all this stuff off of here. Okay. Now, the odds that we still have some other issues is going to be pretty high. Like, we could have a blown resistor. One of these resistors could actually be not measuring properly. So we may end up going through and measuring every single resistor on the board. If you don't mind helping me with that, that'd be great. If you can come in on Saturday or Sunday and do a live stream for 4 hours, that would be great. Oh, something on my nose. All right, we're getting closer, guys. Getting closer. Is the short gone? Let's see. Are you guys excited to see if the short's gone? I'm excited. No short here. No short. No short. The short is gone. So we did relieve the short in this area, which was what I was hoping. So now we're going to tin these pads up. We're going to put some fresh capacitors in that area. And hopefully that would resolve all those issues. Now, I don't know if the thing's going to start up, but seeing how I'm the 4th repair shop to look at this thing, I hopefully is a 4th is like a lucky number. It's a lucky number. So let's, oh, NF flux? No, 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 no. We don't use that stuff. I was using that to remove this stuff. I need to put, oh, I just touched my nose again. Yeah, you're right. This laptop is really dirty, and I've been touching it. My hands are dirty. Put some alcohol on there. Put some lime in the coconut. Okay. All right. Much better. Oh, now I feel like I huffed some alcohol. Okay, here we go. The most equipment is free and payments are for repairs. Yep, that's right. You can probably see if it turns out by replacing the inductor and the screws in the cap. Yeah, I could just do the inductor only instead of the caps, but we'll do it all. Where we're going, oh my gosh. I put some NF flux on there, and NF flux is like you have to have your air on or else you're like die. It's like toxic fumes. But whenever I use the Black Horse flux, it's like you can barely smell it. It doesn't smoke very much at all, and it smells good if anything. The NF flux just like smokes and it smells like rancid something. And the other flux, oh, this is the white, but the regular NF flux smells like perfume or like lotion. That's what it was. It was lotion. Someone actually asked Alex about that. It's like, I heard your flux smells like lotion. He was like, I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, I don't know why this isn't coming off. So I can't get this one off. I'm just going to put it next to it instead, if you guys don't mind. Hazmat fun. Thank you for that reel. Oh. The pad gone. No, I don't think the pad's gone. I think it's just there's like a leftover capacitor there or something. See if I can get us zoomed in so you can see it a little closer. Yeah, it's like, I think it's there, it's just, I don't know. It just doesn't want to stick there, but it was actually spec'd for 3. It only put 2. We'll just use that 3rd pad. Capiche? Okay, that's what we're gonna do. All right, now it's time to put some hand lotion on. That's what I needed we need some Black Horse hand lotion. Hand sanitizer. Black Horse hand sanitizer. Woo! The baby lotion. Oh yeah, I think the person said, doesn't your stuff smell like baby lotion? Which I never said baby lotion, but that would be even funnier. I'm designing a new flux. It's very important that it smells like baby lotion. Oh, I need to shut up. I just need to stop talking and start working. Dance, monkey, dance. Okay. He puts the flux on the board. All right, I think my solder's messy. Who says my soldering is messy? Where'd my board go? No board for you. 19 volt rail, anybody? All right, so we're going to pull off the inductor first, which is this guy, and that capacitor, and then we'll move them over. Baby oil flux, that's what it is. We need some baby oil flux. Oh, we got a poll going, guys. I didn't know that. So what is it? Will it work? So at the end of this, whenever I resolve this issue, I want you to vote, and I want you to either show a lot of confidence or not very much confidence. And usually, YouTube has confidence, and Twitch does not have confidence in me. I don't know what it is. I think the Twitchers are just, they don't know. They don't know. They say, I don't know. I'm P. Diddy flux. That's what it is. This flux has been to a P. Diddy party. I put the pole up for you. All right. Ouch, this is hot. It's spicy. I need to watch my hands. I believe it will work. There's more for repair. There's probably going to be more to repair for sure. I bet that, well, I don't want to tell you exactly, but I do think that it will not turn on. I bet that's just it. But it would make sense, like if we're only getting it to go up to 0.03, and it's because the aux power is not turning on the CPU, I could see that. That math, just do the little dance. Make a little love, get down tonight. You have high confidence. Confidence is high. I repeat, confidence is high. That's concurrence. Do you concur that this will be fixed? I concur. I should have concurred. Lurking LLM. I know fire extinguishers are fun. Oh God. Although I should have my fire extinguisher closer. I think it's over in the front store area where it's supposed to be. I'm supposed to have it kind of spread out across, but I don't have one right next to me. I probably should have one. LLM. Lingering leaking liquid metal. Is that KFC? I mean, it was pretty cooked. Double fried. Although they don't use fry anymore, right? It's all, everything's baked at KFC. Is that correct? Is that why they changed the name? Okay, sit. Sit. Good dog. Rough. Okay, freeze it again. Freeze it again? That seems crazy. All right, so I have all these components replaced. We're going to do some measurements quickly. Some quick measurements. And then we're going to look around the board and make sure we don't have any leaking liquid metal any other place. This stream is cooked. No, not the stream. Anything but the stream. All right, so what I'm doing is try to pick up as much of the flux as possible. I pre-wipe. I like to pre-wipe. Do you ever pre-wipe when you're cleaning? Then they will go back and use a toothbrush, isopropyl alcohol, and a Kim pad that's brand new. And what we're doing is what the repair shop should have done in the first place. All right, so if you just arrived here, let me show you what this looked like ahead of time. Let me get this pulled up, and you will be flabbergasted. If I can find this actual picture, where'd it go? All right, so this is what that used to look like. Okay, and it was taken to 3 different shops, and 3 different shops said there was different things. They said one said it was a DC jack was the problem, another said it was a GPU was being overclocked was the problem, and the third one said there was a crack in the board somewhere. But not a single one of them actually removed the motherboard to see that there was liquid damage on the board. And then when we plugged it in, that part exploded. So if you're a repair shop, you are not allowed to diagnose something unless you take it apart. Okay, that's the rule. But anyway, it looks nice. Looks nice. Yeah, I like it. All right, so now all we need to do is I'm going to change the lighting here. I'm going to see if we can get to, if we see any liquid metal, there's some right there. I'm going to pick that little piece up. Okay. What else? Anybody? Anybody? I'll look underneath this little edge here. So we don't want the liquid metal on the board at all, or else there'll be mucho problems. But we did replace these 4 components and cleaned it, and it looks very nice. I like what you've done here. All right, so I'm going to stop. I'm going to look at the chat, and I want you guys to say everything looks good. If you don't, yeah, there's a spot on the first picture. The cap on the spot, yeah, there's like a cavity hole on that one. No issue, looks good. Those caps on the other side. Why the gap? Oh, because one of the pads next to it I was not accepting solder, but this thing was actually spec'd for 3 caps, and they only had 2 installed, so I just installed it on the 3rd one. Check for all the coils for the short. That's what we'll do next. And then natural acidic. Oh my gosh, it's moving so fast. The chat is moving so fast. Acidic activator is in the flux. Ooh. Nice. That sounds very fancy. Big words. Big words. Brew just used their prime twitch stuff for 4 months, man. 4 months. All right, so it looks like, let me pull up the poll. Pull up that poll. And then we're going to do some testing real quick. The poll says, looks like 74% on both said that it will work. So thank you for that. Thank you for the vote of confidence. All right, so let's just measure around. We're going to check our resistances everywhere. What we want is a nice low resistance on these 5. We want a medium resistance here and a high resistance here. Okay? Oh, wait. Let's do that again. We want a low resistance across these, a medium resistance, and a high resistance. And if that looks good, then we're ready to plug it in. Crazy. All right, so we'll start with these. These are all connected together, so I can measure any of them. And we have 2 ohms. That looks good to me. So 2 to 4 ohms is usually within range on this one. I'm looking at about 8 to 11 on this one. And well, 5. So this might be a higher end graphics. Now, whenever I give these numbers where I'm saying like the ohms should be 8 or 10 or whatever, it really depends on how high end something is. So like if it's a very powerful integrated graphics, it will have a lower resistance. So 5, and then it's also maybe a little warm still, and then that's fine. And then this one, we just don't want anything at 0. And this one we measured at like, look at that, we're at 50, and we measured 80 earlier, so perfect. So all of those are measuring within spec, looking good. Are we guys ready? Clean the heatsink. I'm not even plugging the heatsink in right now. I want to go thermal. Now, okay, well, I can ask you this actually. So, do you want me to reassemble it and actually go for the gold? Do you want me to send it, or do you want me to just turn it on the bench with a thermal camera, and then we can measure the power rails and all that? Because if we reassemble and go like this, then it could be womp womp. But if we do it on the bench, then we can be like, yeah, it can work. 3 volts and 5 volts are right here, so we can measure to see if we do have those. We can see if we don't have shorts on those actually, because we don't want any low voltage or resistances that are measuring weird on there. So we're at 2K. That's good. I like that. And this one is, whew, looking good. All right. This is main power rail, battery charge circuit. That's fine. And then this is like a 12 volts, I think, for the fan or something. All right. That all looks good. Memory. Fine. Yep. All right, so UC13, where's the UC13 at, guys? UC13, is that up here? Because that's where we've been looking. Everyone wants me to look at UC13. Everyone and all people. Power rail for 1.8 and 3.3 and 5 first. Let me find UC13. UC13 is right there. It was in the mix. And it looks fine. I mean, it's a MOSFET, so it's basically has 4 legs in, 3 legs out. Oh, it's a dual MOSFET actually. You can see. So these are together. Those are together. That's separate, separate, separate. So these are the gates right here: ground, in, out, something like that. It's just a MOSFET. It's a MOSI. It's the old MOSA. So we'll measure it, see if it's not shorted across. It's not shorted across. It's shorted the gate. Nope. Nope. It looks fine. Everyone good? Okay. We're going to go thermal. But thermal's not on. So if thermal's not on, I can't go thermal. You're killing me, Smalls. Solder balls. Oh, look on the edge. We're going to look down the edge of the CPU itself too. That's actually a good idea. I don't know if anyone just said that, but I said it. That's right, I said it. It needed to be said. The edge, iffy. The edge is iffy. I don't know. It looks fine. I mean, they're all joined together as one. I'm not worried about that. If you're like talking about this chip still. I don't see anything else wrong. Like some of these resistors look a little sketch, like this one right here. Like it has some dirtiness there. But we're going to figure this out afterwards. It's not going to hurt anything. We just don't want to release the hounds. That's right. Smithers, release the hounds. It is time to release the hounds. Let's just make sure we don't have liquid metal down the barrel here. So there's our balls underneath. Balls. The balls look nice. Them balls are very symmetrical. And we don't see any blobs of balls on top of the balls. That has a little gooch, but it's okay. Okay, I'm not gonna ultrasonic clean it. That's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. I hate ultrasonic cleaning at this point. We're not gonna do it right this second. Right now, I think it will turn on. And then at the end, we can do it, you know, for the final. All right, let's do this. Are you ready? Let me go to my bag of jacks. I got to break out a jack out of my bag of jacks. The bag of jack. Here we go. That's him. Good. Damn. Damn, Gina. All right, so we're going to get this thing to turn on. Guaranteed. All right, so let's get our spike power meter pulled up. Let's reset him so he is clear. Nice. Do we have our thermal camera? Going thermal. Nice. I'll turn off the light. The light's off right now. I could try to cool this down so then that we don't have this reflection. Here, give me a second. Cover your ears and cool down the light. See if that helps with the reflections. So if I can cup this for you. My ears! My ears! Yeah, I don't know. It's like I have the light cool down, but see, even my hands reflect. See? What? All right, don't worry about that. Just ignore the middle thing, okay? Just ignore it. It's like it's never there. All right, we're going to power it on. What we're looking for is it to kind of sit at 0.02. Here's our CPU, our GPU. I have to power it on the other side of the board, though, because I don't have a power button hooked to this thing. So plugging it in is just one step. So I got it plugged in. 0.01, 0.02, 0.03, 0.01, and it turned off, and it turned on, and it's doing something crazy. I don't know what that is. This is the EC chip. It is on, so that's good. Don't see another heat. It went down to 0. Now it's back up to 1. What is going on here? I think I might need to reset my meter. Sometimes when my meter acts crazy, it doesn't know what it's doing. Oh yeah, because this other meter right here is not moving around. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to reset this meter. I think sometimes it goes a little crazy. A little crazy with its measurements. There we go. I think that's going to be better. All right, let's plug it back in again. All right, it's definitely smoother. I mean, there's still a little walkie-talkie. UV protection, light protection, eye protection. I do have some goggles over here. Put on the goggles. But I do like that we have our EC chip on. But let's plug in the battery. That's what I'm thinking to do next, because then we can do it with it on. I mean, on the bench without having to turn it on. And it will just charge. So let me just grab a test battery. X17. All right, so I have a test battery right here, and I'll just plug that in. And that way when we plug in the charger, it will automatically just start charging. All right, you know what's interesting though? You know how it exploded before when we had the battery plugged in? It's probably because it couldn't shut itself off in time. But whenever we had it plugged in the charger, it could shut itself off, possibly. Okay, get ready for boom boom. We're gonna go boom boom. Because earlier we went boom boom when we plugged it in. I think we're okay though. The battery's plugged in. And charger's plugged in. Oh, it spiked for a second. We got pre-charge current. And it's charging the battery. Okay, so that's charging the battery at about 58 watts. Kind of scared to get near this thing. And we should have just some heat on the charge circuit over here. That's fine. That's on the other side of the board. So, okay. All right. Y'all ready to turn it on? I'm going to unplug the battery this time to turn it on. That way we can turn it off quickly. So, unplug the battery. And so to turn it on, I'm going to have to actually press this button right here. That doesn't exist. So I'm just going to short these two pins together to turn it on. So those two pins. And then I'm going to flip it over real quickly so we can see if the CPU is getting hot. And then we can see if the VRMs are working and all that. If you want to, we can check to see if 3 volt and 5 volt and all that stuff is here right now. We can do that. So let's just see if this is here. Is that crooked? So we have our 5 volt, we have our 3 volt, and then our 1.8 is, I don't know where our 1.8 is. 20 volt. This is the battery charge circuit. For some reason, I think it's on the other side. That's right. Like up here. I think that's it for our 1.8. It's not there. It's not on. But we are charging the battery though. I don't know. I don't see the 1.8 anywhere. So without that, the board will not start. So I'm not sure what's going to happen, but we're about to power it on. So like I said, I'm going to power it on using the power button, and then I'm going to flip it over as fast as I can so we can actually look at it power on under the thermal camera. So let's just switch views. Ooh, is that a butterfly wing? What do we have here? Is this good luck? We'll pick this up, and all day long you'll have good luck. So now I just need to blow and make a wish, right? Is that how that works? I wish this board to start up. There we go. I make a wish, and hopefully it will start. All right, let me go ahead and power it on. Are y'all ready? Okay. 3, 2, 1. Short out the pins. And it's not getting past. Oh, wait. CPU is on. All the VRMs are on here. GPU looks like it's, yeah, GPU VRAM's on. Okay, CPU's at 80. I'm going to stop. Well, we have power, people. 3 other shops could not repair it because they didn't take it apart. I don't get it. I need to interview some of these people. Like, what? Like, what are you doing? I mean, I don't know. They probably still couldn't have fixed it, but I don't know. Because it exploded for me just then when we were on the stream, but did it, like how bad was it before? We knew it had liquid damage. But was something already burned up or what? And it just burned up some more? The liquid metal destruction, they probably would have gotten liquid metal all over the board too. So this is liquid metal I'm cleaning off right now. We can try doing the freeze trick to it. I don't know. We'll see. Scammer repair shops. They're probably just part replacers. There's not even a repair shop. Repair shops don't repair it, do they? If they had taken it... What is that noise? If they had taken it apart, it had been destroyed. That's right. Okay, so that's frozen. Let it snow, let it snow. All right, so I'm reenacting a scene from Frozen to freeze this. Of course, it does not want to come off now. It always gets fused to this heatsink. There we go. Got it. Got it. So we do have some measles that we're going to have to deal with. So that's going to be exciting. Most repair shops don't solder. That's right. They don't solder, but they also just replace things because that's what they make the most money on, is they're doing it as a business so they can just like burn and turn. And if you're burning and turning, you're just replacing, which definitely is the easiest method. Knock stuff out. This motherboard needs an exorcism. All right, so let's deal with these measles. Measles and mumps. Oh my, oh my. So this is, if somebody, who's a chemist in the audience there, who knows all the elements. So element 31, or gallium liquid metal, has become rock hard because, and then you're going to fill this part in. So this is like concrete at this point. And so we have copper and whatever else this is mixed with. I don't know what this heatsink's made out of, copper and something else, I'm sure. But it becomes a different element. It becomes so hard that I cannot do anything with. Like I can't, and I don't want to mess up the heatsink. So I have to grind that away. So nickel, so we have nickel. So maybe it's only nickel, it's not even copper, right? So galvanic corrosion probably eats the copper. Element 31 is not supposed to be on the it's not on the table of elements, I promise. Oh, really? I thought it was the element, the 31st element. That's what I thought they called it, element 31, was gallium. All right, so what I'm doing is I'm just kind of grinding this away as fast as I can. The meth makers are in the chat. Any meth people? Anybody who can do some Breaking Bad? So I have to grind this down as flat as possible, and then hopefully we're gonna be okay. This is on the edge of the CPU, so it's not really. So AJ for 40 years. Mr. White? Walter White, please. Yeah, he would actually be able to explain it very quickly. Can you explain, can you stand to the front of the class, please? All right, got that one done. Let's grind this down. This is actually a small amount. Sometimes I see them really, really big. Gallium eats the copper, probably makes a salt, okay? Because I know if you put gallium like on aluminum, it just makes it into paper, or liquid, basically. Lots of metal dust. 31 is gallium. See? Told you. Jack, 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 Jack. Sometimes. No, I actually had to verify that myself because I was like, that seems pretty crazy if it actually is the 31st element. And I was like, oh, yep. Okay, that feels pretty flat. All right, let's pick this stuff up. Lots of stardust here. We're going to be good with this dust here. It's the lucky dust. The lucky dust. Ah, nice. Feels good. Feels pretty good. Get the angle grinder out. Some elbow grease. Gallium will eat away aluminum and turns it into flakes. Okay, so CUGA2. John knows. John, you are a chemist, or what are you? Geologist? Now I'm lightly touching here. Trying to get as low as possible here. All right, so here's my last little thing I do. It's kind of a step that may or may not do anything. I don't know. I do not know. But so there's a little bit of a texture there, and so I could take sandpaper, but I don't have like a really fine sandpaper that is fine enough. I need like 2000 grit or higher. Let's see, how do you say that? Arshus. Thank you for the Prime Switch sub. So what I do is I take a piece of paper, just regular paper, and I take some of this Arctic silver and I put it on here, like so. And I use that as my sanding buffing compound. So I just put this paper here, and then I add a little bit of isopropyl, wherever my isopropyl is. There we go. And then we just sand it. And then that makes it nice and smooth. It's my grit, my polishing grit. It's fine. So that's my homemade, I don't know, my bush fix. It's kind of a bush fix, I guess, right? So we just sand this for a little bit. Get it nice and smooth. Like everywhere else is flat. I've just tried to get that one area just a little smoother. And this is where 60 frames per second will really pay off. Use an angle grind, I don't want to. Looks like hydrogen embrittlement, because the same thing happens with gallium in certain metals like aluminum and copper. There you go, Mega. Now, is that an AI answer or is that a Mega answer? But I like how you look up hydrogen embrittlement. So at least it looks like something that was inside your brain. Okay, thermal lapping compound. I'm honing it, that's right. Make it nice and sharp. Now this step is probably not even needed, but I just always do it. Okay, so that's pretty good. All right, so let's take a look at it now. Where are you now? So it's pretty flat. So now you can't even tell it's there, and if I rub my finger on it, I cannot even really feel it. So definitely a good way of handling that. Sometimes it's worse, sometimes it's big old chunks in the middle. So the fact that it's off to the side is kind of good. So that heatsink's ready. We've already cleaned all this, so we're ready to install the heatsink. I know we had to do a little detour on that. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Hydrogen embrittlement is not likely. All right, so we have someone else saying it's not likely now. Put this cover back on. Lapping Dell chemistry class, are we? That's right, I'm Mr. Wizard, and we're teaching chemistry class. All right, so this board had extensive liquid damage and exploded components and leaking liquid metal, and it went to 3 repair shops, and they didn't see any of it. It just, every time I say that, it just sounds crazy. It sounds not plausible, right? Does that even sound like it's a true story? I wish the guy was here. The trifecta! It's a book that turns into a coffee table. Yeah, no, it's a trifecta for sure. That's crazy. That is true that. And if you don't know what the trifecta is, that's from Seinfeld. It's when George can have relations with a lady and eat a sandwich and watch TV all at the same time. The trifecta! It's 3 shops like... 3 shops looking at the board like they were Stevie Wonder. There you go. Jack, that's a good one. All right, so we're not putting any fancy thermal paste on here because we don't know if everything works yet, but we are just going to hit it with some Arctic Silver, and we'll do the line in the X method because that's just how I operate. And so the final thing that we'll do at the end of all this stuff is I disassemble all the fans, clean, scrub, clean everything out, but we're making sure everything works first. And we're going to make sure that this the charging port works, like the first shop said, and we're going to make sure that the GPU is overclocked, like the second one says, which had nothing to do with the issue. And we're going to make sure that the board's not cracked, like the third shop said. No PTM? Like I said, PTM is expensive, so I don't put PTM on until the end. If I have to take this heatsink back off, the PTM is ruined. Every single time I do that, it makes me sick to my stomach because I have to waste another sheet. But that Arctic Silver, I can handle that. So we'll do that at the end. I always just, the next morning after this, I clean all that stuff out. You guys don't need to see me clean anymore. I've already cleaned for like an hour and 42 minutes. I've been cleaning and cleaning. I'm Cinderella. You can do it, you can do it. You can clean that motherboard. Scrub that capacitor right there. Wipe that liquid metal over there. Okay. We got the motherboard assembled. Let's get the motherboard installed. And we have a pile of liquid metal right here. Let's get that picked up. Where'd it come from? I don't know. We will see. Who knows? Gotta get it. Does anyone want it? Saying I can't pick it up. That's the problem. I hate it. I hate that stuff. Get it off. Gosh, darn it. I need something. Can't grab it. Did I check for shorts? No, it was no liquid metal shorts actually. It was liquid damage, but there was liquid metal leaking all over the place, but it hadn't gotten to the board yet. So toothbrush maybe, but I don't want to taint my toothbrush. So a little bit of this. It's not even working. This is some magic stuff. A little NF white flux works wonders. I bought it for something. I remember. Look at all the liquid damage. Now I remember. Here's all our liquid damage right here. We need to take this off too. Let me pull this off real quick. Yeah, there's tons of liquid damage there. I don't know how we missed this. Originally I was looking right here, but I didn't see that. Did you guys see it earlier? Did this look like a liquid damage? Alcohol and a Kim wipe. Yeah, I should have just used a Kim wipe. Should have just done it. 3 shops couldn't fix it? Yeah, 3 shops didn't even open it. That's the thing. That's what's even funnier. You could tell. They opened it, but they didn't open it. Let's take a look. Looky, looky, looky in Cat's Black Bookie. All right, let's see what we got. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, that's just sticky from the tape or from the cover. This is all sticky from the cover, so that's fine. Nothing to see here. Let's check this other edge. If I can get to it right here. This is the corner that looks a little sketch. This is all just sticky. I don't see any stuff on there. That looks crazy. Okay, let me get this off of here. Gotta get this unplugged. There we go. Tape. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I like what you've done there. All right, let's clean that up. I just touched my face again. Just quit touching my face. Where's my toothbrush? Tape might have saved it. It did save all the rest of it. It's just this connector, though. All right. Coming from NanoFix. Welcome. Did NanoFix have a live this morning? Or you just watched this video where he drilled a hole through the board and soldered every pad back together, which is the most incredible repair I've ever seen in my life. Maybe some gloves. Yeah, that would be a good suggestion. I guess I could put the gloves on. I hate wearing gloves. I just don't like it. I don't like the way it makes me feel. I want to know what I'm touching. I should wear an N95 mask. I should wear some sort of mask. All right, that looks cleaned up good enough, club. Is that the good enough club or what? I think I have more of these if I need to replace it. Because, you know, because I specialize in Dell and Alienware, and I stock all these parts, blah, 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 spiel, spiel, spiel. Is the whole cat in there? There's plenty of fur. We haven't figured out what type of species of cat it is. That would be a funny project, though, is to just collect fur out of a laptop and then send it to a labs to just kind of determine what is in there. So it'll be like, it's mostly hair, it's mostly cat hair, fur, whatever. What species of animal does this person own? What type of, you know, ferret do they own? And then what type of carpet was it and what produced and what year was the house produced or whatever. I don't know. Sounds like a ridiculous idea, actually. The more I'm saying it out loud. I was working on this laptop and I found this file of fuzz. So I'm going to send it to a lab and see what it all consists of. Stay tuned. It's like a stupid, like, Mr. Beast video or something. All right. It's Jersey Devil fur. Is that an actual cat, a Jersey Devil? Sounds pretty dope, man. It's the cat's meow. It's factory fiber. Jersey Devil is a cryptic. It's very cryptic. Cryptic. All right, is this here? Does that go there? I don't know if I got that routed right. Is that routed right? It seems like it's in the wrong spot, but I guess we'll figure out momentarily because it feels like it needs to be over a little bit more, but like this? I don't know. Somebody, can they tell? Maybe it goes down in this hole. I bet it goes down that hole. Yeah, get down in that hole. Okay, we'll see if the motherboard fits in. A Cheshire cat, there you go. Yes, with the big smile. The Cheshire. All right, so if you just got here, we had some crazy stuff going on with this board, but we were about to finally test it. Now, we were able to do a lot of cleaning. We replaced multiple components. We actually had big sparks and fire come out the back of the board when we first turned it on, so that was pretty exciting. And 3 repair shops failed to fix it the first time, so now we are the 4th repair shop, and we actually have it doing something. More than nothing. Before it was doing nothing and shooting sparks. The sparks were a feature, though. Chest hair specialist. Chest hair. You're the greatest technician that's ever lived. Well, I do try. I do try. Yeah, we'll see. I've also been the greatest failure, live stream failure that's ever existed too. Because there's been plenty of machines I couldn't fix live. But I mean, you guys don't fault me on this type of. If this works, then we're awesome. If it doesn't work, then it was crazy. Anyway, the fire came out the back. I don't understand how the fire came out the back for us, but didn't come out the back for them. And then they also did not even know that it had an issue with liquid damage all over the board. So I don't get it. All right, so I'm just going to plug in whatever I can just to get it out of the way so it doesn't short. Did you fix the meter? So I didn't fix my meter, but I did just buy one of the same power meters, the 161 or the UT161E, because I know that that works with my setup very well. And I could get one basically overnighted from Amazon. And so I did that. So I have that going. So I have a new one of those. And then I'm researching. I had plenty of donations. So I'm researching to see if I can get like a fancier one. But again, it's like you have this situation where what do you need for motherboard repair? It's like there's only so much measurements or granularity that you need when it comes to like diagnosing a motherboard problem. And we don't need like true RMS. We don't need stuff like that because we're not measuring AC voltages. You know what I mean? The fans are still full of gooch. I haven't cleaned any of the fans, and nor will I right this second because we're not. We don't even know if this thing works yet. All right, I'm just putting a few screws in here so it doesn't flop out onto the table, because that's always been a bad thing when that happens. Okay, here we go. We got enough power, got enough stuff plugged in. Okay, guys, so we had a vote earlier. Will it work? 74% of the people did vote that it was going to work, which is nice. I like that vote of confidence. There was still 26% of the sourpusses out on the internet that says that this is not going to work, but I don't fault them because if it went to 3 other shops, they definitely knew what they were doing. They diagnosed it as a DC jack, a bad CPU or GPU, and then a bad cracked motherboard. I diagnosed it as a liquid spill with a blown cap and inductor. And so I've cleaned the liquid spill, I've replaced the cracked cap and inductor, and we started pulling some current. I do have the battery plugged in. I'm going to reset our power meter. And so what I want you to do is pay attention to this corner right here. I'm going to plug this in. We should start pulling some current right away when we power it on or when we plug it in. And that's pre-charge current, and then we should start charging the battery. So we're charging the battery at 25 watts right now, which I believe earlier we were charging at 50 watts. But we were charging my battery. This is their battery. So we're charging their battery up right now. So now I'm going to go ahead and open it up and see if it turns on. It automatically started pulling some current right when we opened the lid, people. I got keyboard backlight, got the alien head going on here. Now this will take a little bit of time, but we have a picture. I cannot believe I saved another laptop. So we actually fixed this laptop. Now this did look like a lost cause. It went to 3 other repair shops first with bad diagnoses, obviously, and you could tell that they didn't even open the thing up. It's sad to say that you probably have to pay for multiple diagnostics whenever someone doesn't even open it up and actually do the full diagnostic, because each one of them said it was something different. So that means that they didn't do anything, right? But this definitely was a good one, and I'd love to know your thoughts on this one, and thanks for watching. I saved another laptop. Yeah. Anyway, I'll probably edit that one down. That's a pretty cool video right there. I'm glad you guys were all here for the ride. Woohoo! Yeah, so that was definitely a strange freaking, I don't know. I kind of want to call the guy right now, but what's his name? Oh, he didn't even put his name on here. He put his name as Dell. Yeah. So it's working. Do you want to boot the Windows? We can do that. I'm going to put Dorothy in here. Not Dorothy, Betty White. You don't want to boot the Betty White? We're going to boot into Betty White and just check out everything, make sure everything's good to go. Here's Betty White. Here's her face. She's pretty. She's so pretty. All right. Do we have a 3.1 error code is going to be a CMOS reset, so nothing to worry about there. Love the intro, love it. I need to redo the intro though, because man, that intro was messed up when I was trying to explain it earlier. So I'll probably end up having to redo that. Powering on. Good work. Congratulations. Don't forget to reset the GPU overclock. Oh my gosh, you guys. Yeah, GPU overclock was the issue. It was the issue the whole time. My eyes, my eyes. All right, let's see. The GPU was detected. Oh, it's a 3080 Ti. Boy, this is the highest end board. So if this thing had to go out, it would have been a problem. Yeah, it's the i9 with 3080 Ti. So replacing this would be near impossible for a price that would be worth it. So cold beer for Nate. I'll have a cold beer today. We saved another laptop. That's right, my brain trust together. We did it. We did it. Now I just need to clean the screen and wash my hands. Is it gonna boot? Is it gonna boot? Is it gonna boot? It deserves a medal from POTUS. 32 gigs of RAM is nice too. Uh-oh, it's not booting. What's happening here? What's your opinion on the golden days of Area 51 R2? Oh yes, those are good. I like those actually. The R1 or the R2 are I think the R2 was actually a little more reliable, but that's the 10th gen with the 2080 Super. They're thick enough. They use 2 power supplies, so they don't have to overpower on one circuit. There's a couple different quirks with them, but it has a desktop CPU that you can replace, and and we're not getting anywhere now. After the sparks are flying, I saved another laptop. No, but I like that model actually. I'm gonna turn this thing back off. Let's see what's going on here. I don't know if it's trying to boot or what. We are flatlining. Oh, and I only have a 240 watt plugged in. Let me plug a 330 into this thing. Definitely want something bigger. Okay, there we go. Turning it back on. There we go. Scared me for a second. Scared me. What's the problem with Blanche? Blanche is my Windows 10 install. So I have a Windows 11, and so maybe I should make Blanche my Windows 11 install, but yeah, I have her as Windows 10, and then I have my Betty White as my Windows 11, and then I have an Alien install also. But we're not getting anything. We keep... What is going on? It's overclocked. Here, let me exit out of all this stuff. I'm going to unplug the battery. Let me take this back out. It worked for a second. We had it working. I should have just put it on the shelf and said it was fixed. And moved on. Oh no, we have a blink code again. Oh, do we? Oh, I didn't check that. We'll take a look at that. That would have been useful to see that a second ago. And now we have a picture. So I took the SSD out, and now we have a picture. Hold on. And the blink code's a 3.1. That's normal. So 3.1 is going to be a CMOS reset, so it just means that the power's been reset. Yep. But now it's hanging again after it went past that screen. I don't have an SSD on there now. Let me hold on the power again. I don't know if it's an M.2 slot issue or not, because now I don't even have the drive in there, so it's still acting a little bit flaky, because we do have picture, it did turn on after our CMOS reset. It's like weird. Here, I'm gonna, maybe my power button's not even plugged in or something. Okay, shut the lid. Wait, now it's on. Yeah, we're going to try to boot in the diagnostics real quick. Okay, we do have picture again. Looks like it's brain dead. Partial BIOS issue, maybe. I might need to load BIOS defaults. Okay, I'm going to shut the lid again. I'm going to open it. I'm going to try to go to the BIOS. I'm just going to load BIOS defaults. They don't have good factory defaults on this machine, so it just like turned on its own. It's acting a little bit weird for sure. But we'll do, all they have are like these restore defaults thing, which isn't the best one of these type of resets, but we'll see. Double check the power button, make sure I mean, it's lit up. Thumbs up for Nate, great guys. Thank you, Chris. So we did the default. I think it might be some sort of BIOS issue. Beyonce's. Jack knows. Jack knows. Yeah, see how it's hanging? Okay. Okay, cool. All right, so I'm going to do a Control-Alt-Delete, see if it stays on, instead of hitting Enter, because that shuts it off. 4 amps constantly. Okay, we got an F12 menu. Let's boot the diagnostics. And so the first error was SSD not there, so I'm just going to let it run through this while we're chatting for a second. In the next machine, we got to figure out what we're going to work on next, because I need to wash my hands too. We have a tie on the next machine, and so one of them went to U-Break iFix, and one of them was a customer who was trying to fix it themselves. So Dead just used their Prime sub. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I'm assuming this is actually going to pass. I don't know why it's acting a little funny on startup, but we will see. It's a coin toss. So let me read you the description. How about we give you that, and then we can decide. So hold on. It just shut off. Uh-oh. Well, we have more problems for sure. Did you hear the fans activate for cooling? I think I did. The fans, oh, one of the fans is missing. I didn't plug in one of the fans. Okay, well that will do it. Okay. But the rest of the fans are on. This fan's not on. This one wasn't plugged in. So I'm going to keep it up like this instead, so it has plenty of airflow. And we'll try this again. It might have shut off for thermal issues. I don't know. It's sitting there at 4 amps again. Huh. And I'm running at 330 watts. The battery might be actually really dead too. Wait, now we're sitting at 16 watts. Why are we sitting at 16 watts? What is that? Is that the battery? Let me unplug the battery. See if it might be all the way charged up. Battery unplugged. Okay, yeah, so the battery's only charging at 16 watts because it's probably automatically charged up all the way, automatically. So it's probably all the way charged. Power this up again. Okay, now it's turning on. All right, let me put an SSD in here again. Let's try this again. The screen's a bit dirty. You like how dirty it is? You like it dirty, don't you? You like it randy, Randy? Do I make you randy, Randy? Try turning off the battery. I could just unplug the battery, I guess. It's a driver problem. Do we need a driver for the SSD? No, you don't. No driver needed for the SSD. These machines are, well, I mean, if you're in RAID, you would need it, but come on. Yeah, so if I press down on the ribbon cable for the power button, it actually turns on. So yeah, I think there is a weird thing going on. It might be holding down the power button or something. And that actually ties up to that board in the back too. And so we might need to unplug that board in the back, which I think I'll do. All right, so we're not running with that board in the back. Is this better? Does this make you feel better? This is actually just distilled water, no disinfectant. Okay. Much better. Don't touch my face. Don't do it. I think I want to replace that the rear control board. I'm thinking through this stuff, right? So we had a spill on there. The rear control board is going to have an issue. What is that? Inaccessible boot device. And so I think there's definitely some sort of issue with that, for sure. Have a nice day, everyone. Thank you, AJ. Thanks for coming out to play. Where we at? RAID on. So we need to change this to NVMe. If you ever get an inaccessible boot device, just switch it from RAID to NVMe or NVMe to RAID, and that will fix that. All right. Oh, so yeah, blue screen of death. Just read the message. The message said inaccessible boot device. It was not able to access the right partition because it was in RAID mode, so it will have that blue screen error. Not a big deal. Turn off secure boot. I'm not going to worry about that because if you had a secure boot issue, you would not be able to get this little circle here. So there we go. Getting devices ready. Does cleaning the screen make it look so much better? I don't know how people have their screens so dirty. I mean, it happens. Fans are plugged in. It's acting better for sure. Yep. Blue screen of death was a component controller that needed to be reflowed. The blue screen was just the drive being in the wrong settings. All right. So, oh, we had a poll going. I didn't even notice. Let's see what we got. All right, poll just ended. We have says yes for M15R4 and no for X16R2. So most people want to go with the M15R4, it looks like. Okay, and that's the one that the customer is working on. So that's what we will be going for next. Thanks for putting that poll up for that. Still drawing 5 amps, but it's looking pretty consistent now. We're actually getting up to a higher amperage. And there's Betty White in the flesh. Look at her. Well, hello, girlfriend. So we do have Betty White here, all ready to go. I don't have all the drivers for this machine on here, so should install the 3080 in a second, but all of it looks to be working. I don't have the driver installed on that, but you married, Nate? Yep, almost 20 years with 2 kids. Daughters. So this is looking pretty good. No issues here. So let's shut this down. We'll move on to the next one. I think it was just I didn't have the fan plugged in, so the machine was like, hey, we don't want to run without this fan plugged in. I can't believe, that's crazy. So yeah, if you were here the whole time, you actually got to see the whole effect. Oh yeah, we made it to 1,300 on YouTube and 250 on Twitch. Well, welcome, guys. If this is your first stream, welcome. I'm glad you came out. This was actually a good one to join on because I do these streams twice a week, 6 p.m. Central on Wednesdays and Sunday at 9 a.m. Central. And I always work with these machines live without looking at them ahead of time. I have no idea. Now, this is one that went to 3 different repair shops and 3 different diagnoses, and they didn't even pull the motherboard out to see that it was liquid damage. And we had exploded components. So we definitely had a fun one on that one. We were able to fix the issues on that. It's booting up and working, and I'm glad that you were able to participate in that. All right, let me move all this stuff out of the way. Let me clean up my station, so we'll move on to the next one. We're going to do the M15R4. Now, this is one that a customer, the owner, was working on. He suspected it had no power issue, and then he said he messed with like the EC chip, and I don't know how he did that if he didn't have an EC programmer, but maybe did something. He said that it now gives a 3.5 power rail failure or something like that, so we will see. Oh yeah, liquid metals and how to fix liquid metal when it goes wrong. I hate liquid metal. Hate it. Hit those like buttons. Yeah, so if you are also on YouTube right now, you can hit the like button, and then that makes it where more people show up. So we can see how many people we can get to the stream all at one time. It makes people come. If you click it, they will come. If you click it, they will come. All right, so here's our M15R4. Alienware. Make sure there's no personal stuff on here. Good. Good. All right, so the notes go like this. We have laptop initially presented with no power issue. System would only power on when connected to a bench power supply, but would not power on when connected to a genuine power supply. Absolutely strange to think about, and I did hear of one other person having this issue before. An ESC issue was considered as a possible cause, and the BIOS EC firmware flash was attempted. However, after the flash, device presents with a 3.5 power code. All right, so this might be a repair shop. It's what it sounds like, actually. Nicholas, I don't know. Nicholas, I don't know if you're in the chat here. It may be the owner or it may be a repair shop because it kind of sounds like a repair shop. So that sounds pretty interesting, right? It was a no power. They suspected it as some sort of BIOS or EC chip issue, and then they flashed the BIOS, I'm assuming, not the EC chip, and now they're getting a 3.5 power rail failure. So kind of interesting. We will see. So firmware, I don't know. We will see. All right, new day, another laptop that needs to be saved, and this time we have an Alienware M15R4. Now, this one was sent in because it originally had no power at all, but the customer suspected that it had some sort of firmware issue with the EC or BIOS, attempted to flash it. Now he's getting a 3.5 power rail failure code. So I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this figured out. All right. There it is. So this machine supposedly had no power, and then maybe now it has power. I'm not 100% sure, so we'll have to kind of power it on to see. And if we keep an eye on our power meter, we can actually see how much current it actually pulls when we plug it in. And so I'll just do that. We got 0.1 when we plug it in, and it's just sitting there. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So I'm going to press the power button, and it goes up to 0.03. Wow. That's exactly the same thing the last one did. Wow, that's crazy. Okay, and then now it goes down to 0. Whoa, this is actually a little bit different, but yeah, so jumping up to from 0.01 up to 0.03, then goes back down to 0.01, and then goes down to 0. We definitely have some sort of issue somewhere. I've diagnosed it. The board is bad. So to me, it almost seems like there's some sort of short on the board, and we still have some little spikes here. I'm going to close the lid and open the lid and see what it does. See how it did something different when I closed the lid just now? You see that? And I open the lid. See that? This is what we're trying to pay attention. So we have that one spike that comes up and drops. Close the lid. We get that same spike, 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 and then drop. And we'll go back up. Spike, 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 spike. So we are triggering. So we have the EC chip is actually listening to the Hall effect sensor for the screen. So those are something that we're paying attention to. But the power button does that same trigger too. Well, it's a little bit different pattern, but you know, we're at least looking at that. So anyway, we're going to have to open it up and take a look inside. Does it have LLM? So This does not have liquid metal, so it would not be leaking, so it does not have LLM per se. Now, if they put it on there, it could have, but this is a 2021 model, I think. Yeah. So this would have a 10th gen with a 30 series, I think, GPU, I believe. I do declare. By the way, just a warning, Serenity gets her permit tomorrow. Oh, really? That's going to be dangerous. Everyone watch out. Everyone watch out. So be careful on the roads. Serenity's Jack's daughter, and so she's going to start driving. And when you get the permit, is she going to learn how to drive standard? The answer is yes, 100%, right? Because Jack bought a manual transmission car. So congratulations there, Serenity. That's exciting. Freedom is coming. Freedom is coming. All right, so let's get the bottom off. And the bottom is off. All right, so we do have the main battery plugged in, and it wasn't charging the battery. So we could check that box of knowing that it's not paying attention to the charging unless the battery's all the way full. I mean, that could be the case too. And we could put a test battery on here and see what happens with that. But what I was paying attention to is when we plug in the charger, we want to sit at 0.02 or 20 milliamps. And then when we press the power button, it should jump up to 0.1 and then jump to an amp or 2 or something like that. It will move around, but it goes up to over an amp. Now, we only jumped up a little bit and then came back down as if there was a short on the board or some sort of damage. I'm going to pull this rear cover off too because it's really hard to operate or function whenever I have this stuff in my way. You'll be in your bunker. Gotta hide. Get those stickers for all over the car. You got to make sure. You learned on a 1962 V-Dub, the old V-Dub. Nice. My first car was an 85 Honda Accord, 5-speed, for $1,500, and it was sold on a car lot that they didn't have any titles. They were all salvage titles, and they didn't give us the title, and so we could never get it registered. Me and my brother had to share the car, and yeah, so we were always getting tickets for not having registration. Yay! And that thing had no power at all. You had an 87. All right, and the back is off. All right, so I'm going to take this cover off. Now it's out of my way. So the board, the way this board's laid out, this is actually a 15-inch board and a 17-inch board. Goes into both machines. They just have different wings here. So daughter board is bolted on the bottom of this one. Daughter board's set here with a board-to-board connector. I'm going to take the board-to-board connector off because these are commonly damaged, and I want to see if there's a damage on that. So we're going to take a look at that. Oop, flip it over. And a 93 Eclipse 5-speed, beautiful. Those are, I remember a friend of mine had one of those, a 93, I believe. So what we're looking for here is any bent pins. I don't see anything bent. They look okay. So we got to be very careful with those. Yeah, I remember those Eclipses. Those were fancy cars. 81 Plymouth Valor. Is that Valior? I don't know how to say that one. Driving school in 1968. Stingray. 68 Stingray. Lucky. Gosh, you guys are lucky. I'm going to grab a test battery real quick that I want to plug in here. That way we can see if it charges. Because I'm trying to rule out the EC chip as being an issue or a BIOS. M15R4. Here we go. 75 Catalina, let's see, 94 Corolla. Man, that's nice. Bad chipset. I hope not. I hope this isn't a bad chipset. Bad GPU. That's what we're going to go with. You miss your stick Wrangler. Now, and if you don't know, I just bought a manual transmission car, and it'd been, me and my wife both had manual transmissions before we had kids, and then we just were like, okay, well, we need a third car because one of our daughter's driving, so we went and bought a Mini Cooper, 2015 Mini Cooper, 6-speed manual, and it has a turbo. I mean, the thing is fast. It's fun to drive for sure. But 75,000 miles, already has issues, so I'm like already having to pull the struts apart and the shocks and replace all that stuff myself. I've been doing that last weekend and this weekend. So we had an 87 Nissan Sentra, 94 Corolla, a 78 Fiat, an 80 Plymouth, what was it? A 56 DeSanto, a 96 F-150, dually 7.3. Oh, that's that 7.3, the school bus engine where it goes. That engine never ends, does it? 52 Ford, a 90 Pontiac Grand Am, 71 Dodge Charger. Oh, that's a sick car right there. 78 or 68 Firebird. Speedway Thunder Mountain, oh no. 70 Dodge Dart. Okay, I'm going to plug this in. Let's see if it starts charging. So we want to see a little bit of pre-charge current. I just got a gift sent. How does that work? I don't know where this gift goes. Thank you. So whoever sent me a gift, it just popped up for a second and went away, and I don't know who it was, but I appreciate that. All right, but I don't see it charging, so it's just sitting at 0.01 again. There's a power button on the board I can just press. I'm just going to do that right here. And it goes to 0.03 and then drops back down. Okay, so not a battery issue, not a charge issue. 68 Chevelle or Malibu, Chevelle Malibu. I didn't know those were both. Huh. Oh, 81 Datsun 200ZX. That's sick. That's a good car right there. I like that. 55 Chevy, 65 Olds, Vista Cruiser, 1980 Thunder or Firebird, 73 Ford Torino. Not that one from the Starsky and Hutch, right? 67 Volkswagen, 83 Austin. What? You had an Austin? Wow. Look at that. I love how I instigate people to just put random stuff in the chat like that. It's useful. It's useful. It's all part of the adventure here. Over here at the Motherboard Repair Center, I'm going to ask what type of car you had. You bought it for 450 bucks. 1975 Buick LeSabre. Was that a good car in 75? Because I don't think the newer ones are any good. 79 Firebird, 1969 UK Volhall Viva. I never even heard of that. 77 Gremlin. that's the whatever you call it. Now I'm like blanking with oh my gosh, Wayne's World. That's the Wayne's World car, right? There you go. Thank you. I was like messing up on that. 2000. A 65 Buick Skylark, a 87 Chevy Spectrum Turbo, another Skyhawk, a 2077 Cybertruck. You're kidding me. All right, so let's figure out if we have some sort of EC chip issue. I'm going to plug it in and measure the main power rail while we're at it, and figure out if it does come up, come down. See if we have our 3-volt and our 5-volt power rails. And things like that. We want to make sure that we are having the firmware act properly. Now, we may just need to put a new BIOS on this. We may need to reprogram the EC chip. We may have a bad EC chip. We may have a blown component. We may have a short on the board. There's a plethora of ideas that are going on. Sure, Wayne's World, thank you. I know it took my brain was like short-circuiting thinking of Wayne's World. I've seen that movie so many times. Stairway denied, man. Did you know they originally they actually played the Led Zeppelin scene there, and then they had to cut it because they didn't get the rights. It's pretty annoying. 67 Jag, man. Pronounces Vauxhall. Vauxhall. Okay, Vauxhall. I'll say it like that. A Volvo 244 GLT 84. All right, let's plug this in and measure. So we're going to see if we have our voltage coming in on the DC jack. We do 19.3 volts, obviously. But I want to measure, see what voltage we have coming right here. We have 19.8 staying up. And then what do we have on the back side of this? 19 right here. Ooh, I think we have a short over here then. Interesting. This looks very suspicious. I mean, obviously someone's been working on this. Can I check the DC jack? 6 volt. I mean the inductors for the battery. Just want to see what this is doing. 10 volts. Okay. So I was suspecting we had some sort of issue over here. These MOSFETs look really strange, but I know that someone's been working on this, obviously. Because you can see measuring right here. You see that? What? And then this is that solder? That's solder right there. So this might have been removed at some point. Oh, this is floating. This isn't even soldered down all the way. This is floating. I can see the pins. Hold on. Hold on. Red alert, red alert. Do you see what I'm talking about or not? I mean, it's hard for depth to feel, you know, but I feel like we have something going on here. See? See how it's floating? Can you tell or not? So, like this one next to it, that's definitely on the ground. Ground control. So it has ground control. This one has no ground control. So that one's not soldered properly. I mean, it may or may not be affecting what issue we're having, but definitely suspicious. And then the power management chip, did that get replaced? It does look like it's been replaced. So we have a different power management chip on there. It almost looks like some other components were replaced. All right, so I think we're going to start out the power management chip area, and then that MOSFET. Let's try to figure out what's going on. Yeah, so this isn't soldered all the way. I mean, it's probably not affecting anything, but it does look a little weird to me. Sus, as it's pronounced. Let me clean this off. It's pronounced sus. And I don't know if that's the right MOSFET too. That's the thing. That's what I need to check. So they have the B04, N03 right there, and then these are all P21s. So these are higher wattage N channel. This is a lower wattage N channel, or amperage. And then the power management chip. Yeah, you can definitely tell soldering's been going on over here too. So we have a 9241H. 9241H. Okay, so I have all this stuff. We have it all. I'm going to grab a donor board real quick. I just want to make sure that this is supposed to be a B04 and 03. I can't remember if it is or not. Fake, 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 fake. I don't know if it's a fake MOSFET. You could tell if it's fake if it has that sanding effect on the top, but I don't see the sanding effect. It could just be bad. Very bad. Let's see. See if this has all the MOSFETs I need. Yes. Yes. Yes, we got it. We got it. We found it. Okay, so this is the same setup. Let's just see if this is a B04 and 03. And it is. All right, so that is the right one. It's just not soldered all the way. So let's go ahead and solder it correctly. I'm going to do it while it's still installed in the machine because this thing actually has a heat sink in between it, so I'm not worried about it melting any of the stuff, you know, the stuff. You got the stuff, don't melt the stuff. Next, reball. Reball it a bit. Yeah, so we're going to just reflow it. Flick the battery. The battery's flicked. It's undone. Okay. I think we're ready. Naughty, naughty little MOSFET you. Although, without reflowing that, we could plug it in and just, oh, we did measure that. I want to actually, let's measure the power management chip right now. I just want to see if we have all of our voltages there. I wouldn't be surprised if the whole problem was that MOSFET. That'd be funny. Yeah, that would be crazy. But if you're diagnosing something, or if you're a shop working on stuff and you're trying different things, and then you fix one thing and then forget to fix the other thing, or didn't fix it all the way on the other spot, I've seen it. I've done it. It's happened. All right, so I did plug in the charger. All I want to do is just want to see if we have all the right voltages here. So this corner pin should be 20 volts. This corner pin should be 20 volts. This corner pin should be 20 volts. Unless I'm measuring in the wrong spot. Okay. What is going on here? Not pin 1. I know it's not supposed to be pin 1. It should be the opposite. Here's pin 1 here. So the opposite of pin 1 is this one. And this should be 20 volts. This should be 5 volts. This should be 3.4 whatever, and that should be 2 point whatever. So my first, the pin I always go to is I go to the opposite corner of pin 1, and right here should be 20 volts. So we automatically are not getting our 20 volts here. We have 17 volts here, which is a really cool amount. So the best amount I've ever seen. Very regulation. When you put 20 volts into a board and you get 17 on some random current sense resistor, it makes me very proud. But again, this is at 14, so there's something going on here. Yeah, that MOSFET might be sussed out. Because the fact that we have 19 volts here, because we usually have 12.6 on this side, and I don't understand why we have 19 here, and I was thinking like, oh, we got 17 here. Yeah, this MOSFET's... something going on with that MOSFET. Something going on with that MOSFET, man. So we're going to pull that guy off of there. I'm going to put a brand new Infineon chip on there. It's an upgrade. I don't use these B04 and 03s anymore because I can't get good ones. And although for science, do you want me to just reflow it? Science? Anybody here for science? Some people are here for science, some people are not. But yeah, maybe science. Okay, so we'll just reflow it and see if it gives us the correct measurement. Reflow for science. All right, so we're gonna reflow it. I'm gonna use my hook tips. Ooh, look at those tippies. Those are nice hook tips. So the battery's unplugged, the charger's unplugged. I am doing it while it's still installed, which I usually don't like to do, but because this thing has a big heatsink between the palm rest, I'm not worried about it. We're gonna do it for sci-fi. All right, so reflow. So what we're doing is heating it up, waiting for the solder to kind of melt, and then we'll tap it into place. And it's going to take a while. Might need to up my heat. We need more heat. More power. 480 degrees. Nice. Is that a burn? That trace? I don't know. This thing isn't melting. What's up with that? What's up with that? There we go. Starting to melt. That's melting. That's melting. I don't know. Here. I don't get what's going on here. Okay, I think we got it. Yeah, it's starting to move now. This one area though doesn't want to melt right there. There. Okay, got it. All right, that thing is looking good, Billy Ray. It's looking real good now. I know, just remove it. At that point, I should have just taken the thing off of there and just moved on and put a new one on. But we have to go in stages. What am I looking for? KimPad. We have to go in stages. What this MOSFET needs is more cowbell. This watch, this cowbell. I can't do the cowboy thing. I can do this watch. This watch was 6 years. Never mind. God, I'm so bad at doing Christopher Walken. I wish I could do it. Wish I could do it. Can't do it. Want to do it. All right, so I suspect we have a MOSFET and a power management chip, but the power management chip's not even getting any voltage. So I was going to say the same thing. Hot glue and move it on. Invoice the customer, send it back. Put the goggles on, take the goggles off. Solder it down with liquid metal, did they? Oh gosh, walking is great. This watch. All right, so it's cooled off, I think. Yeah, it's cooled off enough. All right, let's plug it in now and see what voltages we're getting. Now what I'm looking for, we should have 19 up here, and then we should have 12.6 on this side. And then we should have, like, it's weird that we had 19 here. If this, okay, yeah. Okay, my brain's just really cooking now. Okay, this doesn't compute, people. This doesn't compute. Okay, so this chip, hello chip, power management chip, power management IC, so ISL, the 9241H, that controls these chips, these MOSFETs. These MOSFETs act as little switches, right? These MOSFETs are on, passing voltage all the way over to here. But this chip is not getting any voltage. So it's not even on. So this chip isn't even on, yet these are on. Compute? No. No compute. No compute. So let's just make sure these guys aren't shorted. And looky, in cat's black bookie. Look at this. So this MOSFET's shorted. I like what you've done here. So it's shorted across here. Now, whether it's one of those, I don't know which one is shorted. Is this one shorted too? So that's not shorted. That's not shorted. And that's not shorted. And that's not shorted. Okay, but these are shorted, huh? Yar. And I'm surprised that the source and drain, or gate, isn't shorted, because the only way that this would turn these on, these other ones on, is if this one is like all the way shorted all the way around, then it forces this one, the gate low, and then turns it on, or high, or whatever, whichever way it needs to go. So that's why I'm confused. So, because these gates should be connected. See that gate? And then these should be connected. So the gates should be together, but if the gate is not shorted, I mean, it's a 55 ohm short, so I guess it is technically shorted. Fake. All right, so what do you think? So do you think that this is bad? Huh. Or do you think this is bad? Any, mini, miny, mo. All right, so here's a way to check it. You guys, let's think about this. That power management chip, okay. All right. So we have all sorts of stuff. Okay, I'm starting to really. All right, so let me run you through something. All right, so just based on what we're seeing, the power management chip looked like it was messed with or replaced. I need to hydrate. Yes, I haven't drank any water. It looks like it's been messed with or been replaced. Concur? Okay, and then you have the comeback MOSFET, which is the MOSFET that ties the battery voltage to the main power voltage, was noticeably not soldered down all the way. Okay, so they weren't soldering it down good enough, well enough. And then with that formula intact, and then we have the input protection MOSFETs are shorted. They're either shorted because they're floating or something, right? So they have a floating gate or something, or they got blown out because they have a floating gate, or they ended up blowing out. But if we have the power management chip could have a bad solder job, so it's therefore floating. So therefore it's not sending a good signal to the gate. You never want to leave a gate floated on a MOSFET or else it blows out. Right? We have 55 ohms short too. I don't know, whatever. My guess is that we have stuff happening. The board's bad. Did they change PQ3B? Was changed also. Sharky? Really? PQ3B. PQ. You think it was changed too? You think this guy was changed too? I mean, these guys are together in parallel. So here's what I want to do to test this. I'm going to inject voltage on this side to, let's see, is this all the way shorted across? Is this on? No, it's not. So I can't go all the way here. So I'm just going to inject it to here. Okay, so I'm going to put my injecting tool here to here. And either both will light up or one will light up. Okay? Do you understand what I'm doing? Because these guys are in parallel, either one of them is shorted like this, with it just shorted straight through, or both of them are on with a floating gate because this guy isn't soldered well enough. Or this guy's bad and then blew that out, or whatever it is, right? But most of the time, if you have something, one of these will go bad and you'll have only one of them will light up when you inject voltage like that. Is that making sense what I'm trying to say? You know, I'm just like, because the other answer is just take that off, and just replace all three and this one. Replace 1, 2, 3, 4, and maybe everything will work and we'll be done with it. But I want to figure out the whys more than just the replace crap for the fun of it. Yep. All right, so we're going to use our voltage injection tool. I'm going to add on this handy dandy little clippy clip so I can actually poke a negative. So this will be, well, we'll put negative on this side, put positive on that side. And because you have two of them going through, maybe, and they're both, like, because they're in parallel, you measure on both, they're both measure the same thing. They both measure like they're shorted, but only one of them usually is shorted, usually. Oh no. Oh no, don't drop things. Don't you do it. Okay, there you go. Why? Tell us why 200 amps. 200 amps, not 200 amps. All right, so I'm gonna put 0.6 volts in there because it's almost zero. Maybe I'll put 0.7. 0.7 volts in there. We'll go to split view. See if we can get them both in the view here. Right, damn it, I wish this was lined up better. Let's see if that's better. Right there. Okay, so you can see those two. You see where I'm pointing? You can't really make it out on the thermal camera, but you will momentarily. All right, so I'm going to put the negative probe on the output of those and the positive probe on the input. And okay, so you can see this is the one that's getting hot. Now I could even move my probe onto this side, onto this one. So I'll move it onto this one, and I'm only injecting on this one on this side. Yet you can see this is the one that's getting hot next to it. See that? Now, like where my probe is touching is getting hot too, but it's actually this guy's bad. He's shorted. Okay? So you see how it's like, it's weird. It's weird because if I measure on either one, they're both going to measure like they're shorted, like from here to here, and I'm only doing it in the middle because, so that's 0.2, and this one's 0.2. But they're both 0.2 because This one's actually going, it's like acting like a wire, so it comes through here. So when you measure it here, it's actually going, I'm going to go this direction. Screw that one. All right, so I'm going to take that guy off. And that will also give us the same symptom where the board won't start properly. So I'm just going to take that off of there and get it out of the way. We'll just put a shield across this stuff here, like that. And we'll take him off. Hopefully that like helped you out. Like understanding those types of theories are super helpful when you're doing this stuff, because you're just like, what's the path? What path is it going? And then I used to do the method where I was like, okay, well, I'm just going to any, mini, miny, mo, and I'm going to take off whichever one I want, and or whichever one I think. But if you just do this path, like once you realize you can inject voltage in different ways, it doesn't always have to path the ground, then it opens up a whole another world. That's another way of saying it. The second greatest technician that's ever lived. That's me, the second greatest. That's right. The second best, greatest Dell technician. Trust the GOAT. So that's just something I've kind of come up with over time. No one ever taught me that one, but it's definitely something that I use all the time now. So we're going to heat this up. Hopefully we can get this thing off of here. I still want to replace this one. Now, even though I have my guard here, I am blowing the air like kind of this direction because I don't want to end up damaging the connectors underneath there. I like eggs. You like eggs? Yep. Path of least resistance. It wants to find its path to ground for sure. It's getting close. There it is. Got it. Got it. All right. So that guy's off of there. What do we do? Yeah, the best tech that's ever lived in my eyes. Thank you, Chris. Thank you there, Christopher. All right, Christopher. Let's see if the short's gone. All right, the short across that is gone. Okay, so we no longer have a short. So this one's going to be operating properly, and we won't have an issue here. Now, guess what? I don't need to put the other one on right this second at least. Oh, man, I melted this still. Look at that. Still melted that just a little bit. Just a little bit. Darn it. But I think it's okay. It's okay. So I'm going to try to change the orientation next time when I do it. I'm going to put the other one on. Okay. Anyway, so I can run this with one. So I'm not, like right now, we don't need two. Two is just for extra power. Right now it's one, and that's good enough for us to do our testing. And so the question is, are we going to get voltage to the power management chip? I doubt it. Or is this one going to blow out now? So I'm going to let this cool down just for a second. Yeah, I'm going to add Kapton tape. I'll probably just turn the whole board around and blow the air the other direction more, so I don't get any more air blowing on that. Yeah, because I have basically this metal shield. I put Kapton tape on top of it, and then I have a rubber or a thermal pad on here too. So I put that across the whole thing, and it kind of lips, kind of has a little lip. But I don't know. You don't win them all. Is this cool enough? Okay, it's cooled down enough. Let's plug it in and see if we get anything different. It's kind of interesting. You can take things off the board and the board will still work. And it's mainly because that's redundancy. You have two of them. Or not redundancy, it's a load balancing type of situation. Okay, we plug it in. 0.01. Oh, I don't have the chart. There we go. Oh, it's flatlined at 0.01. Interesting. And we're going to check for voltages over on the power management chip. Quick like. Still don't have any voltage over here to the power management chip, so the board's not going to come on. Like, there's no way. I'm going to power it on with this button here. And it goes to 0.03. But now it's like more flat. You see that? You see how it's not going kind of crazy? Crazy for feelings, so lonely. All right, so my next plan of action would be to change out the power management chip. What do you think? Replace it or reflow it? That is the question. And at that point, I need to start taking the board out maybe. I just don't want to melt these things. I'm going to take the board out, I think. Or I can cover that up. I have to blow the air this way. I guess I can blow the board. Replace, reflow, replace, replace, replace. So replace is going to go straight down to the action, just like boom, we replace it, probably fixes it. If we reflow it, we could prove the concept that the guy just didn't float or solder it properly or something. I don't know. Reflow first, question, erase, replace, take off, and measure. Measuring is not going to help me when I take it off because there's nothing going on. No voltage, no work yet. That's right. So, but the voltage isn't getting there, then it may not be that. So, and let me pull up the board view real quick. I need to figure out where that voltage is supposed to come from, because I can't remember. 741, right? 741. There we go. All right, so let's pull this up. So what we're going to just kind of talk about before we proceed is the what? What did you say? What did you say to my little friend? Inspect the other side of the board for visual inspection. Yes, so I'm thinking pulling the board is probably going to be the best bet for it to proceed anyway. But let's just go over this stuff and I'll pull the board out. So the orientation we have right now is this. So this is the MOSFET that we turned off, or that we removed. So if you can see that these two are tied together, and then the outputs are tied together, and then all of these are tied together, right? And then they come through here this way. Don't melt the laptop, remove the board. Thank you, Chris. Yes, I'm thinking you're right. And then after it makes it through here, then we get to this area, and then this is going to be the separator for the battery charge circuit. So this is the one that was soldered weird. But then over here is what I wanted to figure out. Do we have 20 volts coming here? We don't. And so we should have 20 volts coming through this resistor. So maybe that resistor is blown. So we'll check that. And then that's going to be coming from the other side of the board on this double diode. So we'll need to get to the other side of the board anyway to even get to that double diode that powers that. So let me pull the board out. We'll take a second to do that. Y'all can kind of chat with me while I'm taking it out. So no harm, no foul. Is power diode B1 missing? I don't know. Was it? We were missing something here, but this resistor is not blown. It's a 1 ohm resistor, and then that comes over here and goes over that. Is that something? I don't know. We can look at our donor board because that will help us figure out if it actually was populated. It's not populated on the donor board either. That's common. And then, yeah, all that looks fine. All right, so I'm just going to pull the board out. Double D's. You like the double D? You think the double D is the problem? Big Daddy D? Big Daddy D? Left of the FETs. Left of the FETs, there's something missing. I think that's the same on this one. No, that's the same too. Both boards have it the same. Yeah, they don't populate so much stuff. Like the engineers will actually say, hey, you need to put all this stuff on here, and then the finance department will be like, no, you need to cut 25% of the components on there. Double diode mentioned. Double diode's on the other side of the board, so I can't actually see it. All right, so this is the board that has the latch that always breaks. So if you're working on this board, flip the latch up very gently. Just treat it like it's the most fragile thing in the world. Take your little component out, or ribbon cable out, then flip it back down. I usually put a piece of tape on it even, just to make sure it doesn't get messed up. Because I hate that it breaks, and I'm running out of them. The truth is out there, and it will set you free. How much time we got? All right, hour and 15 minutes to go. Do you think we can save this laptop? Hopefully. Be kind of nice. So last Wednesday, we had 3 laptops, 3 no fixes, and we had a blown voltmeter. Our voltmeter blew up in the middle of the stream. So, hooray. This week, we're going to fix at least 2. How does a double diode work? So just think about it as a single diode. Single diode is just like a one-way valve. If you think about plumbing, water can go through, but then can't go back the other way without a certain amount of pressure. And so a double diode is basically 2 of them feeding into one. So you have 1 output and 2 inputs. And so you can have battery voltage and you can have charger voltage, and then they both feed to the same line that powers the same chip. So therefore, if you have a battery in or you have a charger in, it's always getting voltage to that line. Capiche? Or you even have a double diode, so like on if you have USB-C charging, and then you have barrel jack charging, things like that. Still haven't ruled out the Wi-Fi card. It is built on this daughter board right here. One of these days it's going to be the Wi-Fi card. Although we did see a Wi-Fi card that was damaged a lot one time, and then we also tried to change out a Wi-Fi card. Boy, was that never, I'm never doing that again. Common cathode and anode. Common cathode and anode. IBM did it first. Get the Rigel bench meter. Is it pretty good? I was looking at those bench meters, and I don't know where I'm going to put it. If I have a bench meter, I don't know where I'm going to put my bench meter. I mean, I'm like running out of space. I mean, I guess I could take up a cubby and put it up here. I mean, like I already have that oscilloscope there, which is already kind of in my way. And I wish I almost put it somewhere else because I don't use it that often. All right, and the motherboard is out. All right, we don't have liquid damage, so we're already doing better than the last repair. And it looks pretty clean. Now, do I have to take apart the board? I don't think we have to take the heatsink off. Luckily, I think we can just look over here. So let's see. Do we have any issues over here? We do see some residue of flux on this side of the board and a little bit of residual melting on this connector here from changing out components. That's fine. It happens. Technicians at work. Somebody actually trying to fix it. Now, is that going to be too damaged, though, to use? I don't know. I wasn't even soldering that area. I was over here, so that wasn't me. Yeah, it definitely looks a little sketch, because that's the power management chip. So, so that was some prior soldering, but at least it's noted. So we have it noted now. And right now the board doesn't work at all, so if they do get it working, at least they have something to show for it. All right, I'm going to remove the heatsink anyway because I'm going to be able to access some of the stuff down here. Now, I think this is probably the double diode that we're looking for. Is this one? Probably, maybe. Let me get a DC jack. Bago jacks to the rescue. Bago jacks to the rescue. See if I can find the right one for the first try. Nope. There we go, found it. I would not trust that connector. But you would be happy if your board worked at the end of this, I'm assuming. It's crispy. It's kind of low and slow. Okay. Charger plugged in. I just want to measure to see if we are getting voltage to that diode. I'm pretty sure that's the double diode that should have our voltage going to our power management chip. So we got the power plugged in. Smells like chicken. Tastes like chicken. All right, so it's going to be somewhere around there. So it's going to be one of these. We have 19.8 coming in here, and nothing from the battery. This is a blown double diode. So if we have 19.8 here, but we don't have 19.8 here, either the, well, really is nothing. It's the double diode's bad. This should be passing through to here, and then the battery should pass through to here. So let me plug the battery in. I do declare we have an issue with a double diode. What do you think? So the other leg should have the battery voltage on it, I believe. Hercules. Let's see. I mean, it could be the only problem. Who knows? I don't know. That would be fun. I think it's supposed to be battery voltage on the other leg. Let's see. No? Nope. Okay, let me plug in the charger again. Maybe it's USB-C. Let me plug USB-C in there instead. So I'm plugging a USB-C charger. And nope, still not anything on that leg. 3.3. I'm not sure what's supposed to be right there. I guess we can look at the schematic. Usually diodes fail shorted, not open like that. I don't know. The battery voltage on? Oh, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. You're full of good inquisitive questions. Does the battery have voltage? Battery is 10.7 volts, so yes, it does. All right, so back to this, back to the hotel, back to the schematic. So this double diode, yeah, battery power right there. Battery power, SN, so SDC in, that's our 20 volts from our charger. That should come straight over to the DC jack itself, or right over here somewhere, right off the current sense resistor. But this battery voltage was not getting there, and that's going to come through this 0 ohm resistor, and then through another battery charge gate or something else. I don't know. I don't know. Well, let's deal with this here. So I don't know. I'm going to diode mode that. We'll just verify that that's not working. You guys are probably smarter than me. All this stuff. I don't know what I'm talking about anyway. I think I'm good at diagnosing things, but I'm not necessarily good at knowing things. 0 ohms, aka fuse. Yes. We're going to put a 0 ohm here. It's going to be the best fuse that has ever been made. Where'd it go? Where are you at? Okay, there's our 0 ohm battery fuse. So I'm going to check this right here. That's 0. Okay, let's see. And this is obviously going to be open. I'm going to go in the diode mode. So we should get a beepity beep one way and not the other way. So we got a beepity beep that way. And we got a beepity beep that way, but it's a higher. So we got 1.7 volts. And we got 1.53. But it's in circuit, so we could be measuring the stuff on either side. You know what I mean? So I don't know. And the fact that we're not getting voltage past it, I'm just going to short it. Because that's what I do. All right, you ready? Get ready for the bzz bzz. All right, because I don't have anything else plugged into it. And we're not going to get any backfeed. So all we're going to do is just jump this thing. So pay attention to the power meter. It's either going to go bzz bzz or it's going to go, start working. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh, we got Spock! So it definitely is trying to get through there. How much current did we just pull by doing that? It was sparking. Sparky. Okay, we got 0.02 now. I like that. Okay, now what? We need a power button. Where's our power button at? Hold on. Sizzle, sizzle. Let me get a power button. We're going to run the whole thing with a pair of tweezers, buddy. Get your tweezers. Get your jumper cables, because this laptop needs to be tweezed to start. Have y'all seen that video? It's an old video. But I had one that you had to inject 1 volt on the power line, the one on the chipset power line, in order to power it on, and then you can take it off of there after it starts. So it's like a kind of safety mechanism that I installed. Get your jumper cables. Voltage divider. You think it's a voltage divider? At the voltage divider. Blown resistor. I mean, I think it's that diode's bad, personally. I don't know. I mean, I don't know, guys. Why would I know the answer to that question? I'm just going to change the diode's usually 0.5 on the diode, usually. Yeah, it's 0.5 one way, it's 1.7 the other way. But again, if you're in circuit, you're measuring all the stuff around it. So if we have some, something going on, something somewhere, I think this thing's going to fire up. Thank you. My controller of my destiny over there. Okay, you ready, guys? 0.01. So if I do my pinch, let me get a good pinch on here. Okay, we got the pinch. We got 0.02. Now I'm going to press the power button. Where's the power button at? Can't see. Spark is normal. Yeah, spark is normal. Yeah, it's not working though. Okay. So I press the power button, nothing happened. All right, let's do this. Let's replace that diode. I'm going to double check and make sure it's not all of a sudden automatically working. But we're going to replace this. So we have 20 volts on this side, 19.8, and then we have 0.2 on that side. So we should have something passing through here, and we're not. Okay? So then we tombstone it and then measure it. Okay, I can tombstone it and measure it. Where we're going, we're going to tombstone it, man. Because you think it might be something else. Some people are thinking, they're questioning my diode diagnostic. Diagnostic. Are you questioning my diagnostic? Hello, Anna. You made it. Anna, we've been waiting for you, Anna. We've been waiting for you all day. All right, we got 1 hour left. All right, so I'm going to tombstone this just momentarily, just to see what we got. So tombstoning is the act of lifting it out of the way just so we can measure the pins. And I'm going to try to get this guy up and at him. Come on. Come on, you can stand up. There you go. There you go, buddy. You can do it. Nice. Nice. Okay. Tombstone. It's a great movie. All right, back in diode mode we go. We're going to measure the output to the input. I got nothing. And then we probably have nothing this way. Nothing. Nothing. No tengo nada. We got nothing. But if we measure this side, I bet it works. Nothing. And that one works. So this diode's working this direction. This diode's blowed. It's open. Okay? So it's like a, it's a one-way valve. It only allows this stuff to go through. We don't want any, like if this was a battery here and this is a charger, wouldn't want it to come like this. So it basically allows it to be a one-way valve onto that trace there. So I'm going to pull this guy off and replace it. We found something. We've done something. We're making progress. We found one shorted MOSFET, and we found a blown diode. We're making progress. And I've never changed out this diode before. If you're questioning, never my whole career have I ever messed with this diode before. So this guy's got lucky on this one because without that diode, it would not power on. If you're wondering how I make that voice in my shorts, that's how I do it. I talk like this into the microphone, like I'm Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, and I say it like it's very exciting and new. All right, so let's find that same diode right here. Meter off, meter on. Wax off, wax on. So we're gonna take this guy. This guy's a beautiful, beautiful double diode. Here's Johnny. Okay, we're gonna get that. Good, good. Nice. Wolfman Jack. Is that what it is? Is that what it is? I was wondering about that. So I'm going to pointing the air away. I don't want to melt that anymore. Put that in place. Get in your home. See how much easier it was with the leaded solder? So much easier. Okay, is that fixed? Can we fix it? Diode mode on. Test the diode. Oh. Where we're going, we don't need to test the diode because we know it's good. Because every donor board has good diodes on it. Every part in my bad motherboard pile is good. I'm dealing with a repair right now where I'm like, I can't figure this thing out. And I'm like taking parts off of donor boards. And I'm like, why is it still shorted? Or why is it still acting like that? And I'm like, I don't know if I could trust my donors. Oh, okay, this isn't from me. Remember, that was from somebody else. I did not do that, so do not blame the guy on the camera. All right, so you want me to poke? 0.2, 0.8, and it's hot still. It's hot. Okay, here we go. Plug it in. 19.8. 19.5. There's our voltage drop across it. Perfect. And we do have 0.02 now. Okay, so we're making progress. Are we getting there? Are we getting there? How many components does it take to change and fix a motherboard? That is the question of the day. All right, so that's powered on there. Let's press the power button. Still got nothing. Now, remember, they mess with the firmware on this thing too. So we could, at the end of all this, have a firmware issue. But now I'm going to go back to the power management chip and see if we have our power 19 volts in our power management. Why did you burn it, Nate? How dare you? Why did you do it? Why did you do it? It wasn't me, I promise. All right, where are you at? Okay, so we're gonna measure. I don't like that power management chip anyway. I don't like them. I don't know why I don't like him, but I do feel like he needs to go into the trash. The trash, man. But let's see. Do we have voltage now? No, still don't have voltage here. Crazy. Do we have voltage here? Do we have voltage here? Okay. All right, is this blown too? I swear we measured this a little while ago. Okay. Let me do something before. So this was not blown earlier, right? So I measure it, it's blown. Okay, so stay with me on this. So we measured that, that was a 1 ohm, and then remember how we shorted out the diode just for a second, and then it sparked, and then after that it never sparked ever again? I bet that this is shorted right here. So I bet that it ended up, so the diode blew out because it was, you know, there's a short on there. Then we jumped that diode and then it blew this resistor out. But I bet that there's a short on this area right here. So I'm about to measure that to ground and see if we have a short there. That's just a guess. I mean, I don't know what I'm talking about, but you know, we'll see. 3 ohms. We got 3 ohms on the 20 volt line on the power management chip. Dishes are done, man. Look at that, that thing is done. Okay, so we're taking this off. I'm gonna take a break for a second. Give me a second. Let me drink some water. We're getting there. We're chiseling. We're doing some chisels. Probably the bad power management chip the whole time. I don't know, dude. I don't know, because we had a blown MOSFET here too. But I guess if that, I don't know. And then the other chip's not even soldered. So that chip wasn't soldered. We had a blown MOSFET. We had a blown diode. Now we have a blown resistor. And then now we're changing out the power management chip. It's fun. It's fun. We're having a great time. Great time. You should drink beers like ZTT. On the stream? Does he really drink it on the stream? I don't know if my brain can handle that. Drink some bourbon on the stream. Hey, you're spamming, bro. You can't spam. Let me show you. So this is what happens whenever someone spams like this. You see this? So that person's out of here. See that? See you later. Spammer. Floating gate. So I'm thinking, yeah, so it could have, these MOSFETs could have blown out from floating gates, probably. So if you leave a MOSFET in an unknown state, it doesn't like it. So I'm gonna pull this power management chip off, and I'm gonna put it in this, let's see what orientation. I'm gonna go this direction with it so the air will blow that way, and we'll stay away from this stuff. And I'll put my little guard on here too, across there. And we'll go that way with it. Let's go this way, actually, like that. That's even better. That's more better. A guy worked at Safelite, and he replaced it. It cost the windshield $100. Now my comprehensive deductible is $100. Man, I need a windshield right now. I've had a windshield crack. I've had one crack on my windshield, then another crack down the middle. So I have one right in my view, then I have another one that showed up here, and then I have another crack on my other side. And I've been driving with that for about 2 years now or something. And I know I have a deductible, but I think my deductible is higher than that. It's like $250 or something. But mine's like one of those windshields that probably have all that junk in it, you know, all the electronics in it. Freaking technology windshields. Back in my day, we didn't have technology in our windshields, you know? It was just like, it was a windshield. They can come change it out at your house in like a few seconds. All right, 20 ohms, 3 amp, or at 3 ohms is 6.6 amps. So that's gonna blow out some stuff, man. Blow out some stuff. So we're gonna pull this guy off of here. Then we're gonna test to make sure the short is gone. We'll end up replacing this 1 ohm resistor, which will blow out. And then we'll probably replace this other MOSFET here, but I don't know, it doesn't seem to be blown. Is there a hole in that now? I don't see the hole. It doesn't even look blown to me, but the fact that we weren't getting voltage past it, we knew it was blown. Deductible on the glass. Oh. Oh, there's something different than the labor? All right, this is off of here. The solder job did not look bad, so that's not an issue. Let's test to see if we have voltage, or not voltage, see if we still have the short here. And the short is gone, so there's no short now on the power management chip right there. That's good. And over here looks good. Mega ohms. Okay, nice. I like what you've done there. All right, so let's get that replaced. So 9241H. ISL 9241H. Correct? Correct? Somebody? Somebody? Anybody? Can anybody confirm or deny 9241H? Brand new from DigiKey. We'll grab one of these guys. Boop. Do you concur? Oh, I should have concurred. Here, I'll give you another chance to look at it. There it is. Concurrence is strong with this crowd. All right, so we're gonna tin this guy up. Put some nice black horse flux on here. Ah, the best of all the flux, the blackest of all the flux. And now the black horse has his own big boss, the biggest of all the bosses. Brand new refurbished PMIC. I mean, I got it from DigiKey, hopefully. I mean, I've never had an issue with DigiKey stuff, but maybe DigiKey is sketch too. I don't know. I order from Mouser first, and if they have it, if they don't have it, then I have to go to DigiKey, and those are, and then I try the AliExpress. I always buy an extra for that. What did they try to program on the BIOS? So they said something about EC firmware. So the words are like this. So laptop initially presented with no power, system would not power on, connected to bench power supply. It did work. So it worked with a bench power supply, which is probably why they ended up blowing out all this other stuff. And then they said that an EC firmware issue was considered as a possible cause. And so the BIOS EC firmware was flashed, which doesn't make sense because this one doesn't have BIOS EC firmware. So that's what I don't understand. So maybe they're saying, oh, I don't know what they're saying. I don't know. This one has a separate EC chip that's programmed separately. And then you can flash the whole machine while it's running. So maybe that's what he was saying. Maybe flash the BIOS with it on off his bench power supply. And then, I don't know. It's making my brain hurt. Stop asking me questions like that. Oh, gosh. All right, I'm going to take it off the board. I was going to tin it on here, but sometimes I end up making a mess. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to move this out of the way. Does anyone understand what he's saying? Something touched something. I checked something. Tried to flash the EC chip on the BIOS. Well, if it's an XPS or a Latitude or something like that, they have the EC region in the BIOS. So when you flash the BIOS chip, you're actually flashing the EC chip region on there, and then when it boots up initially, it programs the EC chip. But this one has a statically programmed EC chip, so, you know, that's it, you know. Replace the 1 ohm. I will. First, I want to get this on here with no shorts. No shorts, please. No shorts, please. So we're going to get rid of that guy. And the reason why I mark X's on the chips, I want to tell you this right now so you can just kind of start putting it yourself. Anytime you identify a chip on the board that's bad, put an X on it or put a scratch on it or do something, right, to mark it. Because when you pull the chip off and you set it on your desk, sometimes you might get mixed up on which one's the good one, which one's the bad one. Just to let you know. Or, like on my desk, the way I have mine set up is I don't know if you've ever seen this, but I have, this is my probably still good chips on this side. This is my bad chips. So you'll see this start filling up after a little while, and then I'll dump it. But anytime I put something on this side, I'm saying it's bad. And then while I'm working on it, I do as a staging area. So the customer's stuff usually goes right here on here. This is going to be past repairs. But sometimes you get it mixed up. That's all I'm saying. And then if the possibly good ones are usually ones where I change it out and the board does exactly the same thing. So then the one I took off the board and replaced it with it, I just put it over here, it becomes like basically Soren's box. So that becomes Soren's box over there. If you ever wondered how Soren's box shows up, that's it right there. We got a new guy coming in here. So this guy is having fun here. I don't know, dude. Shenanigans. Okay, so we'll keep working here. I'm working here. I'm working here. I don't know. Riffraff's coming out. We got a new spammer. We don't generally get that many spammers. It's crazy. Mods are working overtime today. Okay, so pin 1, it's hard to see, but we have this notch. It's been docked on the corner. You see that down there? So the dock goes with this dot right here, so we're just going to line that up. Rotate. There we go. And we're going to preheat the board first before we put it down so we don't blow out the chip or crack the chip internally. Did you make a date? Yeah, you know, I was thinking about it. When people reach out to me like that, it makes me so tempted to reach back out. I might need to convert just for them. All right. So we got it heated up. Now I'm just going to line it up and tap. Oh, stay in course. There we go. Nice. And you see all this extra love right there? It's got a love bump. We got a love bump, and we just need to get rid of the love bump, so we're just going to suck it up. Nice. All right, so everything looks soldered correctly. So the reason why I do the tapping is that will separate any solder that's underneath that may be kind of shorting together. And then that hopefully will fix it. Did anyone hear from Premise? I heard from Premise 2 weeks ago, and he's still recovering from an illness. And so we're just kind of waiting for him to kind of start feeling better. So he said soon he'll be coming out, start doing streams in a couple weeks is what he's saying. So I'm hoping to hear from him soon. All right, let's make sure we don't have a short on here. So we have no short, so that's good. So let's go ahead and replace our 1 ohm, because this should be a 1 ohm and it's blowed. It's blown up. We're measuring like 2 something. So I'll get that removed. Guys, is this going to work? Are we getting closer? I feel like we have something about to happen. We'll probably have to flash the BIOS too while we're at it, I bet. Come on. What's the status on the 3 repair shop one? It works fine. We got it. We fixed it. We nailed it. We did the best repair we've ever done in our lives. In our lives. Kind of sound like Christopher Walken on that one. All right, here's our 1 ohm that we're going to take off the board. Can I promote a startup? What kind of startup are you talking about? There's Citrus Tech. All right, got that off of there. Right now we're busy doing shenanigans. We can't do no promotions. I don't even do promotions. First I got to do promotions. I'm busy doing my tap dancing. Monkey dance. Fix those boards. Get them done. Okay, got that on there. Okay, how are we doing? Are we having issue with... Man, we're just having some crazy riffraff coming. I mean, we have a lot of viewers today, so it happens when you have the crazy viewers come out. Okay, so where are we at? Where are we at? So the only other thing we have to deal with, I mean, we can replace that guy. I'm not worried about him right this second. What about this one? This is the initial one that wasn't soldered all the way. Are we just going to leave that on there? Should we just see if this stuff is working now? I'm going to check these other resistors while we're at it. These are going to be on the current sense resistors. Measure that. Make sure it's not blown. Good, 2. This one should be 0. 0, and then should have, make sure none of these other ones are blown. 4, should be a 3-3. 3-3, nice. So 2, you my boy. 22, you my boy, 22. Okay. What are we thinking? I think we're ready. I'm going to plug it in and measure the power management chip and see if we have all our voltages there, and then see if the other voltages around the board are looking good, and then we'll try to power it on. I think that's what we're going to do. Okay, so I'm going back in this angle again. Okay, plugging it in. Let's measure the voltage on the power management chip now. The diode blew out again, or what? Because look, we don't have voltage here again. But let's check over here. Okay, we don't have voltage there. Now I'm going to unplug the charger. I'm going to plug it back in. It comes up for a second, turns off. Okay, that's an EC chip issue when it does that. I'm going to check and make sure our 3 volt and 5 volts aren't doing that exact same thing. So it could be a firmware issue. Before it was kind of stuck on because it was shorted, I think, and that now it's actually working. Power on here. 5 volts, shuts back off. Okay, and the last one here. 3.4 and shuts off. Okay, so all that's pointing to a firmware issue now. So now we're down to the firmware issue. Oh, actually, I'll test one other thing on the power management chip. I just want to make sure we got our 5 volts out. But we should, because that chip came on. If we wouldn't have gotten a 3 volt and 5 volt if we didn't get our VDD out, which is our second pin. Lord, thank you for that 5, whatever those are. Appreciate it. So second pin should be 5 volts when I plug it in. So I'm going to hold down my probe here, and I'm going to plug it in. Let's see if we get 5 volts there. Oh, sorry. Try this again. Okay, second pin. Be careful. Plug it in. Should get 5 volts. You got 5 volts. Perfect. And then this one should be 3.2 or 3 or something. 3.3. Good. And this should be 2.4, I think, right here, possibly. Might be a different board. I don't remember the pinout on this one. Okay, so $1.50. I'll take the $1.50. Appreciate it. Okay, so all signs are pointing to firmware issue at this point. So we've gotten pretty far on this board. We are chasing a bunch of different problems. So far we replaced these 3 components here. We have a 4th MOSFET, or a MOSFET we need to replace too. And then we also need to do the firmware. So let me start with the firmware just to get the board to start turning on, because the power rails aren't even staying on. And it won't charge the battery either, I bet, because of that. Just to double check, I'll show you. And you know, we're talking about some sort of suspicious capacitor. The capacitor is so suspicious. Just want to make sure it's not charging the battery already. Plug it in, it's just hanging, not doing anything. Press the power button, it's probably not going to do anything either. Nothing, okay. Poland doesn't use euro? That's interesting, I didn't know that either. All right, let me get the EC chip programming stuff, and we'll get it programmed. Give me a second. Oh man. Worn out. I'm getting tired. This is the guy. We need all this stuff. Didn't we program this on the last stream? Or the last 2 streams? I feel like we programmed this exact board on the last 2 streams too. Or something, I don't know. I never remember. I work on so many of these machines. This is like a day, another day in the life of a motherboard repair tech. All right, so this is our EC chip programmer. So this thing has like a very complicated programming process. And so thank you. The issue is that this board, you cannot program. The EC chip is the embedded controller. It's what starts the board up. And if the board can't start, you can't program it. So this is a manual programming process that we have to do. 1,200 people love it. All right, so we'll see if we won't let them down. If I can save this laptop, then we'll be very impressed. All right? Yes, yes, everyone will be very impressed. We will see. We are getting close, though, I can tell. Let's see, these are little holders that hold the motherboard up. If I can get it in the right spot. Right there, maybe, and then right here. Perfect, nice. So that's nice and sturdy. I'm going to put it right here because I think we can pull up the programmer. Okay, perfect. All right, so we need to connect to the actual motherboard, and the hardest part is connecting to the motherboard because the traces are so small, and there's not very much room to do it in. So we'll see what we can come up with. All right, so here's our pads that we're gonna, here's our EC chip, by the way. So EC chip is an embedded controller. It runs a loop of code like a microcontroller. It runs just code. It's just sitting there just checking GPIOs, general input output. And that's what actually monitors the power button, which is right next to it. It also communicates with the power management chip to actually turn on the power rails and things like that. And the PCH. Programming header is here, 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 and here. Yep, that's right. You enjoy watching people succeed? Believe me, people love watching me fail too. People love watching me fail. I don't know what it is about that. They love watching me struggle. Maybe it's not the failure, it's the struggle. Maybe because I'm not AI. They love watching non-AI things. I think that's what it is. It's real. It's the truth. It's not like you really failed. All right, so I'm just going to tin these pads. So basically we'll take the oxidation off of there. Also makes it a little bit flatter because these are kind of little balls of solder. That way I can connect a little bit better. Good, good. We're getting there. We're getting closer. Love the process. Love the process. I love the epiphany. Sometimes I'm sitting there, I'm like, I think I know what's going on here. I think I would be a good detective. What do you think? Cold case detective, maybe? I think I can do that. Like, you got to follow all the clues, all them clues. It's a learning experience. Every failure is a learning experience, and sometimes it's you should learn to not work on something that was sent to 3 other repair shops, even though I did fix it. So I have a cheat sheet over here. I've shown this off plenty of times. Shout out Dragon Balls in the chat. He made it for me. Preach. So it's going to go there. Pi Nate on the case. Private investigator. All right, let's see if I can get this over here. So bleu, le bleu. It's going to come over here. Le bleu right there. Nice. I like what you've done there. How do you know where the pads go? So I'm doing it out of the, well, I have a cheat sheet here, but my cheat sheet's actually out of my thingy here. So if we come over here, right, so we have blah, 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 blah. I've done it so many times, so that helps. But if you look here, so here's our EC chip, and this is well, wait, no, this is CS, sorry, DI, DO, and then the last one's up here, right here, CLK. So those are our 5 probes that we're going to. This one, it's actually where it's rotated. So we're in that orientation on their shot here, but so it's up here, boom, boom, and then boom. So that's what we're trying to connect to right now. And I just put it on a cheat sheet. Dragon Balls redrew it for me because I had like a really crazy, antiquated drawing, like a caveman drew it. And then Dragon Balls, shout out, redid it for me. Like a caveman drew it. Nate has cheat codes. If you do this so many times, that's why it does it. So, so yellow goes here. And I just did them with colors. Colors are easier than calling them CS or CLK. I like colors. What's your favorite color? I like yellow. Wait, I thought that was yellow. Darn it. I didn't hook up yellow right. SPI protocol, that is. I think it is, probably. SPI bus. I think it seems like it would be on the SPI bus. CS, CLK, DIDO, BINGO. All right, so we have these all on here, I think. Just to make sure they're not touching and they're all kind of making contact-ish. Perfect. All right, let me just make sure we have our ground hooked up. So I have to have a big ground that I clip onto the motherboard itself. And so this is kind of what it looks like now. So ground's here, I clipped it on here. I gotta apply power to the board, but first I just wanna plug in my reader and make sure I got connections to that. What we got? 30-minute warning. Oh no! We can do it though. We can do it. All right. So our reader is plugged in. Desert, thanks for the Prime sub. Preach for sure. Let's go. All right, so we have our programmer, and we're going to be doing an E&E chip, and the chip number I got to select it out of this list here, 9542GF. And so I have it selected, and I'm going to send it as a soldering to the programmer. So now the program is programmed. Now I got to see if I can connect to the chip, and I'm not connected, so I need to plug it in still. So I'm going to plug in the charger. Okay, now I'm going to check to see if I have a connection, and I have connection to the chip successfully. So now I'm going to read this as a backup and back it all up. Hold on, I can't see what you just said. Dragon balls. Give me a second. Let's see, 27438. Give me a second. I can't read your chat yet. 15R4. All right, so I'm just saving that off. And what'd you say? Anytime, Nate. Oh yeah, no problem. So yeah, Dragon Balls were just saying that no problem. So he's made a bunch of these for me because over time I end up having to use little cheat sheets and then he redoes them and sends them to me. So I appreciate it. Okay, so we did read it. Now we need to write a new one to it. And all I did is I just get one extracted from an actual BIOS that's from Dell's site. And I have other videos on how to do that, so we're not going to go over that right this second. But I'm going to select one out of my list of BIOSes. And I mean, you can see it right here. I'll show you. So I have, this is an extracted BIOS from Dell. And it has, there's the EC region right there. So that's why I was saying, like, this BIOS from Dell has like the BIOS region, like the main region, but then the EC region is a separate file that has to be written separately. So that's what I'm going to select. Tony, what's up, man? Northwest Repair in his house, and it's packed. You made it. What are we going to do without you, buddy? So right now we have, we had an interesting one earlier. It was pretty funny. It went to 3 repair shops. They all diagnosed it 3 different ways, 3 different problems with it. And when I pull it out, it was just liquid damage and blown up components, but they never pulled the board out. So definitely not good. Not good at all. Okay, so we got that program now, so we are good to go. So now all we have to do is unplug this stuff. What does error 3232? I've never even heard of that. Yeah, so 3 different shops ripped off components. Yeah, they're all ripped off. They're all rip-off people. Yeah, literally. So one said it was a bad DC jack. One said it was a GPU overclock issue, even though the machine, it was no power. And then the last one said that it was a cracked motherboard. And then I pulled the motherboard out, and oh no, and then we plugged it in, and then sparks flew out the back of the laptop. So we just had sparks fly across the thing. We opened it up and it had liquid damage all over the board, on the back of the board, but they never bothered to pull the board out. So I don't know how much diagnostic fees they collected, but bill the customer and send it back. Bench fee, bench fee, bench fee. That's how we're going to get rich off of bench fees. You sit there and do that. All right, so we did flash the EC chip. So this one has actually been kind of a rabbit hole, but I think we got it. I think this thing should turn on now. I think we got it. So let me put the power button on here. All right, I'm going to plug it in. So we should get current when I press this power button. So we got that. 0.02 is a nice resting current, and we press this power button. No? Nothing? Nothing? Does this power button even work? Let me try this when it's on the board instead. No, it's still not working. Oh, there it goes. Something. It did jump up now. Okay, now we got to mess with the BIOS. I need to figure out if they messed with the BIOS too, because they did name that they messed with the BIOS. Let me take a look at the BIOS chip itself and see if it's been soldered or something. 2.3 memory not detected. Memory is built on the board, so it better have memory detected. Here's our BIOS chip. Did they mess with it? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's been messed with real nice. Real nice. Look at all that solder on there. And Tony, that's why I want to tell you, your Northwest repair, your video from yesterday, that one looked like the BIOS chip had been taken off and changed. Like you didn't say that, but maybe you didn't think about that in your head. But that BIOS chip, that's why I always look for is like, is there fresh solder on something? Did somebody mess with it? So this one's definitely been soldered with. So I'm going to pogo pen this thing and get it dealt with. So 127C. It's a Q127C. So that's what we're going to do. This thing will be brand new at the end of all this. We're going to make this thing built for speed. Built for comfort, built for speed. So we will use our 5x6 pogo pen, because I like the one that's a little bit smaller for this. Heatsink will touch the leg. Yeah, you know, we'll do our best not to touch the leg. I've done it before on this one. That is, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'll do it like this. So where's pin 1 on here? Pin 1's right there. So we'll just go like this. And I'm going to put it in this orientation. And I'll stop right there. Boy, that's it. We got it. We got it. You guys have no faith in me, but I have done this a million times. Don't worry. Don't worry. Okay, 127, what'd I say? It's a C? It's a Q127C. Q127C, selected, rejected. Read. Nope. Read. There we go. Nate's Progo pens are sturdy. Usually I buy packs of them. Here, I need to fix this. I moved too much. Let me try it again. Come on, dude. Reverse polarity. I think you're lying to me. Are they going to make me have to take this off? Eat my shorts? Eat my words? Short protection. What do we got? What are you talking about? I'm not touching anything. Okay. All right, I'm taking this chip off. The chip could be fried too, for all I know. Actually, let's turn it on and see what it does with the voltage on there. I'm going to see if the BIOS chip comes on. So if we're on the BIOS chip right now, so this pin 1, pin 8, we have, well, I don't have the screen up here. Can't see. So we have 0.2. So now I'm going to press the power button. We should get the power on. I swear my power button doesn't work or something, because every time I try to use it, it doesn't work. Let me flip it over and use the power button on the back. Turn it on this way. Okay. See, when I press that power button, does it work? Yeah, there we go. See, it went up to 0.07. And now when I measure the BIOS chip, I should have voltage on the BIOS chip. There we go. So the BIOS chip is on now, but it's not booting. So now we have power. So this power button doesn't work. Whatever it is, this is my power button for my bag of jacks. And sometimes when you get something out of a bag of jacks, you have issues. So my bag of jack power button doesn't work. What's new? All right, I'm going to just pull this BIOS chip off because I'm done monkeying around with it. Got a wire clamp. I mean, I'm sure I can get this thing to work, but 6-pin, no program, no program. Oh wow, this thing just came off like butter. Was it even on the right direction? I didn't even realize that. We didn't look. Oh, but it had 3.3, so it had to have been on the right direction. All right, let me get a reader. Where's a reader at? There's a reader. It's been pogoed too many times. Oh, or the test power button's been plugged in too many times. That's true. All right, so here's my little guy. So this is what I use for these SOP 8s. So you take it and you insert it gently. You do it slowly. You do it, so you have to press it down, set it in there, then make sure it went in straight. Pretty good. There you go. And none of this soldering jazz. I'm not soldering nothing onto a little test proto board to put in this thing. I'm not doing that no more. I'm done with that business. All right, put that right there. Okay, are we back? Back in black. Here we go. Reading. Do it very slowly. All right. It's successful. It's Mario. All right, so that's read properly. We're going to verify to make sure it's good. And then we'll save it off. Save the whales, but shoot them seals. All right, so this is not the right machine. It's this one. And we're gonna do it as an original backup. Original with as many letters as I can put in the word original. Go. All right. And can you increase the max current in the UI? You can? What? Where? Donde está ustedes? You're saying can you or you can? You're saying you can. Software says current max is default. Make it more. I want more. I shall give it more. How do I do it? Device. How do you do it? AI answer. Self-check. See, it should be under device. I feel like program, erase, serial number, multi-program, logic test. Nope. Nope. VCC current limit. Donde? Where? Where's this VCC current limit? Is it on my screen that I'm on? Ah! What? Genius! Are you kidding me? I will take it all day long. I will send 350 milliamps into that thing all the way home. Wow, I never saw that. That is hilarious. All right, this thing is going to get all the gigawatts next time. Bzz, bzz. I'm going to get this thing. Oh, if it doesn't work, it's going, dude. I'm going to send it. All right, well, let's go ahead and get the right thing loaded in here. Oh, that's so funny. So I've been having a lot of issues lately reading stuff on boards, and I'm thinking, I guess maybe my thing's running out of power. It needs more power. So I'm glad to know that there's more power out there. 15R4. 15R4. I need a BIOS. I need one that's good. A nice good one. Let's see what I got. Here's one with a clean me. Good, but it's going to have a service tag in it. I don't really care that much, but we can do that. Let's just put this one on here. Maybe I have one that's a 17. Yeah, we'll do this 15. That's fine. Okay, so we're just going to load this one on here just for science, just to get it going. Program, go. Okay, more smoke is better. What is it programming? What's the programmer is it? It's the T48. So, I don't know. Does it tell you on the screen here? It's a T48. Or, yeah, here you go. It says on the screen right there. Is it under my face? It probably is. My beautiful face? It's under my beautiful face, but I can't move the screen until I have that there. I can make my beautiful face go away at some point, and then it will say it right underneath this area. Soren's got an error and raised the current, and it worked. I love it. Soren just says more power, too. He's just like, you know, Tim the Tool Man. Just go. Oh, more power. Oh, I have OCD. But we always want to start at the lowest current, right? We don't want to default on the highest current. We don't want to just every single time. More power warps engines. Oh, yeah, that's true. More cowbell is the key. I think what this BIOS chip needs is more cowbell. All right, so I got that programmed. Nice. Very nice. I like what you've done there. So we're going to get this pulled off of here. Okay. Back in black. Let's do it. We only got 15 minutes to save another laptop. To save another laptop! All right, so flip over. Rotate. 10 HUD. Okay, right there. Okay. No power, no short. Is that missing a component right there? Kind of looks like it. Right there. Between pin 7 and 6 and 7, 6, 7. I feel like we're missing a cap or resistor. I'm going to check that in a second. 6, 7. You say Soren can solder a nail? A hot nail. Come on. There we go. Stay. Nope. Stay. I have too much air on right now, but I don't care. Okay, stay there. All right, let's look at this. That looks missing, right? It looks important. Looks very important to me. I don't know about you, but I think we need it. No, this one doesn't need it. I'm missing a BIOS chip on this one, so, but it doesn't have it either. So, it's no stuff. We just had these two right there. I don't know. These people and their no stuffs. Why? Why you do that to me? Nerd. Okay. I'm ready. You guys ready? So, to recap. All right, to recap, we had the machine would not power on, just been 0.01. We did test and we did find that there was a shorted MOSFET on the input. We just removed that MOSFET, so that's not even on the board because there was a pair of MOSFETs, so we removed that. We did find that we had a blown diode. We fixed that, but then it blew out a resistor, so we fixed that, and then we figured out that the power management chip was shorted, so we replaced that. And then we had to reprogram the EC chip to get the power rails to start coming on, so we fixed that. And then now we have the BIOS chip coming on, but we had to reprogram the BIOS chip to get that to come on. So we'll see if we have all the ingredients there. Okay? All right. I'm going to plug it in. 0.02, I like that. 0.023, that's my favorite. And then there's a power button back here I'll just use, so we'll just use that. Would it have been quicker to just tell us what you did on the work today? I know, right? You ready? Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Come on, baby. You can do it. Light my fire. Light my fire. Oh, man. Still going up to that same amount. All right. Final price, $200. No, it's a $250 repair. So if it does this, it goes up to 0.07, then comes back down. I don't know how to fix this issue when it does this. So we've already put a new BIOS on there. We've already put a new EC chip programming on there. It means we have something else somewhere that's messed up. Now, having that missing diode, MOSFET shouldn't matter, but I haven't been able to figure this issue out. See, it went back down to 0. Let me try it again. It's flatlining. Let's see if it charges the battery, though. I bet it charges the battery, which is funny enough, right? So we got it to probably where it will charge the battery. Let's see. Is it? Is it going to do it? Go thermal. Right now we don't have enough current to see any heat, but we can look at it under the thermal camera. So that is the LDO. Oh, it's pretty hot though. So the linear voltage regulator that powers that's right there, that powers the EC chip is pretty warm. I would say warmer than normal. I'm going to unplug it, unplug the charger. It's like 15 minutes left. Darn it. Dope. and it didn't charge the battery. I totally thought it was going to charge the battery. Well, that lets me down. Womp, 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 womp. All right, let's see. Oh, do we have a missing component somewhere? So battery's at 10.7 volts. Let's see what else we got over here. More gigas. Power management chip is waiting to be lit up. Yeah, that's true. So let's make sure we have all our voltage on our power management chip too. 4.3 volts. 4.3. Oh, weird. So it's still not coming on all the way. I bet that MOSFET's bad still. What do we got? Is there voltage charge going to the battery when it's plugged in? That's why I'm going to unplug the battery real quick. I think we're still having that issue where the power rail doesn't come up all the way. So there's the main power rail, and it shuts off. So let me replace this one. Was also suspicious. We had to reflow it. 10-minute warning. Oh shoot! Darn it. Okay, we might have to just give up for right now. Oh man, don't want it. So we're having an issue getting the 20 volts to stay on the power management chip, but we are getting our VDD when it does come on. Let's check this guy over here. We have 12.5 on here now, so that's correct. So when we plug it in, we should get 12.5 on this side, and we are getting that, which is correct. And then this side, what are we getting? Because it may be detecting a short somewhere on one of these MOSFETs, and then it's shutting it off. That's the other thing it could be doing. So we're going to test some other bad voltage divider. No, because the detector, the voltage divider on the battery detect circuit actually is working. See, like I'm going to show you right here. This is AC detect 3.3. It's good. So it's one of those things where it's like turning on for a second, then shutting back off, which is the EC programming. And do we have the right board? This is 741, right? Make sure we have the right board. Yeah, I think we did. And then the other thing was, I just wanted to make sure that this other MOSFET wasn't shorted now. It was gone for 20 minutes. Didn't you change the transistor? Well, we didn't. We changed out a diode and some other stuff. So that's not shorted. That's not shorted. Let's go check around on the other side of the board. Now I'm irritated because that, I swear that should have worked. Oh, but you know what? We're still not getting, that's right. Let's make sure we're getting our battery voltage over on that double diode. You remember we weren't getting that? So we should be getting battery voltage over there. And maybe the EC chip, it has an issue in general, but we just programmed it, so it should actually be working better than it was. But the double diode right here was not getting our battery voltage there. Remember that? Do you remember that? I remember back in the day when it wasn't working. So we have 20 volts. Wait. Good. Charger there. Should have battery here. And we don't have battery there. And then we have charger. Well, we don't have charger because it went away, but I unplugged it again. So right here, why aren't we getting our battery voltage right there? Let's trace this down real quick. I just want to see if there's anything else that we're missing. Maybe a blown dual diode again. Well, this one is working. So like if I'm going to hold down right here, I'm going to plug in the charger, and we are getting our voltage here, and then it goes away. That's what the issue we're having. And that's the same symptom as like having a bad EC programming. I've seen that tons of times, and we already reprogrammed the EC and didn't fix it. So that's doing that. But why aren't we getting battery voltage there? Let me look at the board view again. Okay, so we're going to be back at, let me rotate right here. So here's our double diode that we're looking at. So we have 20 volts here, 20 volts here, and then this goes to the power management chip, so we know it's coming on temporarily. We're just not getting our battery voltage there for some reason. And it goes to the 0 ohm resistor, which that was actually measuring fine. And that comes through here. So we have a gate. It's underneath this. I'm not going to be able to get to it without pulling the heatsink off, but we have another 0 ohm there. Let's look under here. We might have something weird. there, and then these right here can go short and actually cause an issue, and then these could go short and cause an issue with the board starting. So let me pull the heatsink off real quick. We only have a few minutes left, so I'm going to try to do whatever we can, but I may just need to stop and we can just do a let's chat or just chatting at the end if y'all prefer. But sometimes you want to see it fixed. Pin 6.7 is the issue. Could it be the chip? I don't know if it's the chip at this point. Right now, we're trying to, I have never took the heatsink off. We never did full visual inspection, but we could have since we had one blown MOSFET, we could have another. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Fix it, go. Go, monkey, go. I don't know what's up with that screw, it doesn't fit. Let's fix the problem. Let's do it. The missing MOSFET pair, I don't think the pair has anything to do with it. In general, it doesn't matter because it can't tell the difference of having one there or having two. OT double time. I'm not going OT tonight or today. I got a lot of stuff going on this weekend, so can't do it. Can't do it. Not gonna do it. I think last Wednesday, yeah, I was here till like 10:30 or 10:40, and I had been here already all day long, so I'd already had like a long shift. Missing a resistor on the pin number on the power management chip. Could be, I tried to look around there and see if anything was missing. I didn't see anything. Okay, heatsink is off. So pretty factory. Pretty factory. And what is that? What is that? Is that our is that our double diode sitting on top of there? I don't know. Is that possible? I guess so, because my double diode is not over here now. I don't know how it got over here, but it's not on my table anymore. That's crazy. Why would you do that? Why would you fly back? He's like, I want to go home. I want to go home. That's weird. Okay, so here's what we're looking at. This is the pin that we're looking for the battery voltage. Goes through here, comes through here, goes over here, comes over here, comes over here. So we just need to make sure we have all this stuff is working. And was that a double diode right there too, or is that a transistor? That's a transistor. So we have this as a transistor right here. See how they look the same? Double diode, transistor. Meet your friend. They are different, but they look the same. How convenient. How convenient. Okay, I'm going to plug in the battery while I measure over here. Good flux. Good flux. What's the time we got? I got 3 minutes. Oh my God, I better just quit. I just want to at least figure this out though. Okay. I want to figure this out. So do we have battery voltage here? We do. Battery here. Battery here. Chris, thank you so much. There's a bit more money. Just to say thanks for another great stream before it's over. Genuinely, thank you very much for all you're doing. Thank you. That is so generous of you there, Chris. Appreciate that. Okay, so we are not, so we have our 10.8 here, and we're not getting it on the output. And then this is 10.8, so I'm assuming this is going to be a transistor or MOSFET or whatever that needs to have a low signal here, I guess, for it to turn on. Time is over. Darn it. Pin 6 SPI, the BIOS chip should have a 33 ohm resistor. Pin 6 of the BIOS chip should have a 33 ohm resistor. So right here, like on my donor board didn't have it, that's why I said it. But all right, we're gonna have to give up. But let me, I'll just show you what I was just looking at here, so we can move on. So we have battery voltage there, we have battery voltage there, we have battery voltage there. Battery voltage is here, but it's turning this off, so it's not allowing it to pass through. Why are we not getting a signal here? So we got to figure out. It must be coming from the S3. So this is from the chipset. Chipsets must be telling it to stay high and not let the battery voltage to pass through or something. I don't know. So I got to look into that. So at this point, I don't really know exactly what's causing all the issue. We are already chased down so many different components, changed out so many different things. So it definitely still going to be a crazy thing to deal with. And I don't know if it's actually going to be fixable in the long run, but we did get a little bit further, I feel like. Here's that there's a capacitor that's actually on 6, but I don't see a 33 ohm that's going to be over here. It's a 62 ohm. So I don't know what you're referring to on there, because that's definitely not one. But that cap's not populated, so no stuff. Okay, anyway, so the time is up. Do you guys want to do a little bit of just chatting for a little bit, or do you? What do you want to do? Because I'm gonna have to just deal with this tomorrow some more, and figure it out. I don't know. We're gonna be able to figure it out. And I can give you a little update on the ones from last Wednesday. So the final one that I was working on that kind of looked like a BIOS issue, and we created a BIOS at the end, and it didn't work. I tried another few sets of BIOSes and created a bunch of Beyonces, and it still didn't work. It basically was doing exactly the same thing, completely dead, no signs of life. It was, the BIOS chip was coming on, but there was no chatter. So the issue was, like, under oscilloscope, we were not getting any chatter on the BIOS chip. And so that's a problem with a little bit more, you know, brains. The brains are gone. And so that ended up being just a bad board. They just moved on and didn't worry about it. So chatting and shenanigans. So this is the time of the show. I'm going to spend about 10 minutes or so answering some questions if you guys want to ask your questions, and I'll do my best to actually answer some stuff for you. Bad transistor could be, although it's high and high. I don't know what it's supposed to be. We will see. What type of chip is that, Nate, that on the last that you probed? The transistor, chip number? I don't know, but it's a transistor. So do Sean Connery. Indiana? Let's see. Yeah. I'm trying to think of some good lines, but I was thinking like, Indiana, what's Rushmore doing? I can't do it. I don't know. I don't have any good Sean Connery. Motherboard is an 849 or 999. Not worth it. Yeah. And you have none in stock. They're very hard to come by, though. These boards are hard to come by in general. Good work, Nate. Woke up my brain up. Thank you there, Les. Appreciate it. How's the weather in Texas? It was pretty hot yesterday. I did get to kind of sit around. I have a pool in my backyard, so I sat around my pool. I read, and I got to relax just a little bit after I posted the video for the day, and so that was kind of nice. But 100, you know, over 100 degrees. So, I mean, that's kind of how it is. I think it's supposed to be 106 or something. Or today actually was a little milder when I came to work today. I don't know. Thanks for another great stream. Have to go spend some time with the fam. That's right, Stem. Do it. I'm going to do that for sure. Let's see. Bourbon time. Maybe a little bourbon. Maybe a little light bourbon Sunday. We'll have a confirmation from the lady, but I allowed for a few more minutes. All right. That's funny. That's a good one. Just a few more minutes. Have a great rest of the weekend. What got you into the repair business? Repair is not really my main business. So I started selling parts on eBay when I was 21 years old. That was 24 years ago. And basically I had $5,000, started selling that stuff and just kept reinvesting in the inventory. So I built out a big inventory. I have 700,000 parts in my warehouse. We specialize only in Dell and Alienware laptops. Had a website put up. So repair is usually about 3 to 5% of my business. Now with all the YouTube and all that stuff, maybe it's about 8%, maybe 10% sometimes. But it's really a small portion of the business. So repair is not my main business. So, but I've always been into this type of, you know, thought process and stuff. Let's go flying LLM caps. This is unrelated question. This is when you ask unrelated questions. That's right, Jack. We named the dog Indiana. Oh, you did? Indiana. Let's see. Is the Meek Mittens and your Mrs. Money Penny? Miss Money Penny. Gosh, I can't do that. Nate, always a great stream. I'd like to catch you next Wednesday. That's right. So I do the streams twice a week. So if this is your first stream, you can come back Wednesday at 6 p.m. Central. I'll do the same thing for 4 hours. It's also at like the end of a shift, so I'm kind of tired. Sunday morning, I'm a little bit more recharged, but you know. But I do them on Sunday mornings also. Twice a week, every single week. Oh my gosh, the thing's already moving too much. Do you play PC games? I do not. Well, I mean, I was playing Day of the Defeat. So Day of the Defeat Source, I'd play that. That's the only game that I've played in the last like 10, 15 years. I'd play that kind of occasionally. So sometimes if I'm going to throw a game up, I'll do that. But that's it. That's the only. And then I play some old like SNES games, Super Mario World or something like that. Is there any way that you know for sure that the Alienware 16 Aurora has element 31? If it's a higher end machine, it's going to have it. So if it's an Alienware and it has a higher end, then it's going to have it no matter what. I have to tell you. I do declare. And don't forget to thumbs up, everyone. That's right. Thank you so much. If you thumbs up it, it also helps other people know about the stream. So anyway, if you have like an i9 or Ultra, you're going to have it. If you have like a 90 series or 80 series, you're going to have it. A GPU. Waiting for the box to come in, sending in your M17R5 with a power rail failure. Hopefully I can fix that. It's 39 degrees in the Netherlands. That would put you at like, what? That's about 100, right? 101. Fixed an old compact laptop last week. Thanks to your videos. Not detecting the battery. One diode was all it took. Awesome. That's great news. That's great news. Thanks for the stream and the mods. Thanks for the hard work. And we had some crazy mod work today. I can tell you that. 5515 with that BIOS chip, I'm not able to program it with the 341. Really? So it's a 74M21 da da da. You could probably choose 25. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't know. I don't use the 341 programmer just because it's so slow and it's just, I don't know. I've had so many problems with that, but my programmers are like, you can buy just the programmer by itself for like $40 and then like the whole kit for like 70. And so you might as well just do that. Can't imagine that you find time to relax. Well, sometimes I don't have time to relax. Real suggests putting up a live stream times in the clips. Wait, video clips. Wait, like time stamping it? Is that what you mean? Suggest putting up the live stream times in the clips. Oh, in the clips. Gotcha. I see what you're saying. Because I do it in the, okay, that makes, to make sure more people know that it actually exists, that makes more sense. Okay, good point. I try not to do too much advertising. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't want to, like, be advertising. I'm trying to give information, but then not be like, and because it turns people off, you know. But, you know, I do it in the stream, I guess. So what's the difference? What was the last movie you saw in the cinema? I actually just saw The Odyssey. And I didn't know what I was going to expect. Because I've never read, or I don't know anything about the story, and I thought it was good. It was a long movie, but it was like, you know, there's lots of sections. So if you think about sections of it being almost like a series of something, it was good. I was very impressed. Now, Matt Damon probably wasn't the best character to pick for, or actor to pick for that, but that was like, if I had a critique, I was like, you could probably pick someone else, because how about them apples? That's all I just keep thinking the whole time. So. Things don't react well to bullets. Why? Let's see. What is the most stupid thing about board design? Oh my gosh. I mean, sometimes they cram all that. Like, that board is so crammed together. I think it's stupid because they're trying to make things smaller. I think that they should do things more modular, kind of like the framework, because then you can just kind of put everything into other machines, right? And so you can have it where you have different size machines. So Dell did do that for a while, where they're like, one motherboard fits a 13-inch, 15-inch, and 17-inch, and then they just have modular boards. That's, I feel like, the best type of design. But if they put too many things on one small little board, it just doesn't make sense. We managed over 700 likes today. Wow, that's pretty good at the end of the stream. Sometimes it's hard to get that. Southwest Repairs for Nate. That'd be funny. I'm going to rebrand ourselves Southwest Repairs. We got Northwest. We got North Ridge. What else we got? That's pretty funny. I hate when this thing jumps down. And I'm already way behind again. You guys talk so much. Shout out to the mods. When do you rest? I rest. So basically, Saturday morning is when I post videos. I get up at 6, and I edit and get all that stuff so I can post it by about 10 or 11 a.m. And then I usually do some housework and stuff, and I take a nap in the afternoon, and then I do family stuff. And so that's on Saturdays. And then Sundays I do the stream until 1. I might go home and take a nap, and then we do family stuff. So that's kind of how it works. But I'm always trying to get up as early as possible to try to get as much stuff as done as possible. So what do you use as a personal Dell laptop? I have a XPS 9500. So it's an XPS 15, but from 2020. I also have the predecessor to that, which is the 9560 from 2017. Those machines work great, no issues. So I've never had an issue with it, but they get sent in all the time for repairs because people are rough on them. So I don't know. Can you put the live, we did that, live streams in there. Do you have good resources online to be able to switch RAID to HCI with a couple targeted searches Yeah, there's plenty of that stuff out there. Do liquid metal replacement with PTM only. That's generally the rule of thumb. If a chip came with liquid metal and we're going to take liquid metal off, we always put PTM on. We don't put just regular thermal paste on there. Doc is in the hospital again. What? Oh my goodness. Wasn't Doc here earlier? Oh my gosh. So Doc's one of our longtime viewers and one of my oldest customers, and he hurt his back a while back and then ended up wasn't going to walk, and he started walking again, and he's having all sorts of medical issues. So we wish him the best. Thanks for that update there. He's here from the hospital. Oh, okay, so he's here. Oh, that makes sense. Doc, okay. I was like, I thought he was here. Doc, how are you doing though, buddy? I didn't know about that. Okay. Have you been fixing Dell 5520 on your channel? If yes, what video can you tell me? 5520, we've probably done it on a live stream of 5520, and then I do them occasionally. Most of those issues are going to be PD controller issues, power delivery chips. They always blow out on those, and it's just like, and then once it blows, you either fix it or you don't fix it. That's just how it works. So I don't really have a video I can point you to. Most things don't react well. Mods rock today. That's a Half-Life mod. That's right. Fortress, Team Fortress Classic. You did that for a number of years, and I tried playing that one. It's just the two different. So yeah, the Day of Defeat is the one that I like. I'm way behind. I'm sorry, guys. I know I get behind here. Tarnished connection pins in the memory of the motherboard can be cleaned with a pencil erasure. That's interesting, Johnny V. Guess where I've been for the last, 38 hours. Let's see. Man, I just, it's hard for me to keep up with this stuff. Okay, it's 10 after. I'm sorry that I didn't answer your questions. Okay, so 10 minutes over. Okay, I appreciate everyone coming out tonight, or today, this morning. We did fix one. It was kind of a crazy one. It went to 3 other repair shops. We were the 4th, but we were able to take the thing apart, clean everything up, replace blown up components, rebuild it, and the thing actually turns on and actually works just fine. The second one was a little more complicated at the end because we were chasing down different things that just kept blowing out. Now we're getting it to do a little bit more than it was doing before, but not enough to turn on. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to fix that one, but we will see. I'll keep messing with it tomorrow. If this is your first stream, I do this twice a week, so 6 p.m. Central on Wednesday, 9 a.m. Central on Sunday, so just join in. It's 4 hours each time. We always kind of have the same format where you vote, fix something, and then we chat at the end. Sometimes I work on crazy stuff, but who knows. Anyway, I appreciate everybody who donated to the stream today. Thank the mods for keeping the chat clean. And you can tune in next Wednesday. Next Wednesday will be the next one. Be hydrated before you hit the road. So next Wednesday will be the next stream, so at 6 p.m. Central. I appreciate everybody, and I'll see you all then. Thanks for watching.